Dong, dong, dong. It's time for the Idiot Show. Before we get started, I'd like to go over our standard pre-stream warning. This stream may not be family friendly. This stream may not be child appropriate. This stream may not be appropriate for any audience at any time for any reason whatsoever, whensoever, whosoever, howsoever, or wheresoever. I tend to curse a lot. Sometimes I go a couple hours. Sometimes it's every other word. My chat tends to get a bit on the spicy side. Adult situations, conversations, words, and undergarments may be discussed. If you are easily offended, easily triggered, anything I just said does not sound appealing, or you just don't like the sound of my voice, the kid-friendly streams are down the hall to the left. Without further ado, let's get some music going. And get into this. You're going to take a hot minute for my save to load because my save's huge. And it takes a hot minute to load. So we're going to sit here and wait. Last time on the Idiot Show, we got all my AI limiters built for the nuclear plant. If you're not familiar, AI limiters are used to make electromagnetic control rods. Electromagnetic control rods are used in both plutonium and uranium fuel rods. So yeah, we definitely need those. Today, we're going to fix the slight mess up that I did at the end of yesterday's stream where I I put down a whole crap ton of constructors backwards. Oh, yeah, the splitters for them are backwards. The constructors are facing the right direction. And yay! Save is loaded. Okay. Let's go down to the wire and start looking at stuff. And for anybody new here, this is a maximum power playthrough using 1.1 map settings. So no random node placements, no random node purities, no all pure nodes, no decreased recipe cost, no increased elevator cost, or any of that stuff. It's basically the same as playing 1.1. We're just over here in 1.2 because it's public now, and I like daisy chain. We're currently sitting at a healthy 8.7 terawatts. Yes, I said terawatts. We don't play with megawatts here. We don't play with gigawatts. This is a big boy playthrough. Still got a little bit of issue with getting some of the turbo fuel over here, but I don't think it's so much a turbo fuel issue as I think it's a fuel issue. And I may have discovered a way to fix that. I got two methods I want to go through. I'm not going to deal with them right now, and screw it. We're just going to get rid of the splitters. We're not going to redo the blueprint. We're just going to get rid of these. It's going to take a little bit longer to do it this way, but man, we got time. We got time. Now, unfortunately, all these splitters are facing the wrong direction, so we gotta tear them out and turn them around. Alright, just right. I can just clip the absolute edge of these lifts. Not quite at the right angle, without actually hitting them. That's the goal. Unfortunately, there's more than 50 constructors here, so yeah, I gotta stop about halfway through or so. Stupid power line. Do. so much stuff to tear down, and it's gonna suck to have to rebuild all this, but like the title says, I need a crap ton of wire. And just go to get all this torn down. The reason why this is all backwards is my copper ingots to turn this all into wire is it's this direction. So it doesn't really make sense for me to run it all the way down the other direction just to come back this way. Just grab that smart splitter and we'll turn this around. I want them nice and close. And I'll also want to make sure this is taking the settings, which it is. Means I don't have to go in and adjust the settings on each and every one of these individually. I don't want to do that. That sounds like a lot of work. And I'm lazy. This is already enough work as is. I don't want to do more work. Moved just a little bit too early. Do, 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 do. I kind of wish Control would lock these on. I'm sure the game realized that you probably want these to be in line with the machine, especially when you're putting them this damn close. There's a lot of things left Control does for you, but locking a splitter or merger where it's supposed to be, it doesn't seem to be one of the things it does. Screw it. Don't really need that one there, but we're gonna put it there just to be safe. All the copper ingots I'm currently working on have already been brought down here. They just haven't been put in the right spots. They're up on a ceiling conveyor. Let me check something real quick. Okay. So we're gonna get this done. Alright, so it's gonna take a little bit of time to put all these belts in. It's gonna take a little bit to put the lifts in. One nice thing is the lift will snap to the upper belt right above my head, and it'll work. For some reason, if you replace the splitter or merger, the lift loses its connection to it. One thing I'm not a huge fan of in the game. I mean, there's so much right with this game that you can kind of sort of forgive some of the things that are wrong. And I myself, I'm not a big fan of putting my splitters or lifts directly on the top of, directly on the top of lifts. It's just aesthetically, it doesn't do it for me. Friggin' twitchy mouse. Okay, yeah, should be nearly done with this. Then we go in and put the lifts in. And then we can start bringing the copper in. I do need to set up some of my sinks to get rid of the wire. And I am using a mod for a much smaller sink just because I am currently running a lot of this stuff through into sinks just to ensure that I have all the throughput I'm supposed to have. I'm supposed to have a X amount of throughput. I need to have a certain amount of items, and this entire playthrough is built on extremely tight tolerances. Like, I don't have extra of anything. There's most of the resources on the map are spoken for. And when I say most, I mean yeah, I'll have a little bit of extra copper, limestone, and iron, but any other resource, I'm using every speck of it. If it's on the map, I'm using it. And again, remember, I'm not doing random node placement or random nodes or purity changes or anything like that. I have the exact amount of resources you would have on any free 1.2 map. So 1.0, 1.1. Solely because that makes it more of a challenge. Shy! Nope, no misses right now. Yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays I'm gonna go live at noon, my time. Casper works until 6 p.m. so if I go live at noon, I can still get 7 hours in. She can get catch the last hour on Twitch and keep her stream streak alive. Okay, so I'm really hoping I have another belt that came this way. Yes, I have. It's not, I don't have all my supports for it, but I definitely have another belt. I'm trying to have fun. Trying to have fun and trying to get some more of this stuff done. I hate the fact I can't do that. Alright, let's grab another belt, get it over here. I'm not going to hook it up to that lift just yet because I do still need to get my sinks in place. Okay. All this is coming out this way, whereas on the other side they're coming out the other direction. Staying alive, the streak is staying alive. You didn't think I'd sing that, did you? So each one of these is putting out 74.7. Okay, it's a little bit more than that. 704. 74.704. Yeah. So we take 1,200 and divide it by that number. That tells me how many machines I can get on one single belt. We're gonna put this little guy over here. Again, like I said, I'm using a mini sink mod. That's all this is. This is just a little bitty version of the awesome sink. So if I can get 16 machines on every one, so we're gonna do every 8, because each one of these is actually 2 machines. I got one up top, one down below. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Get rid of that and connect these 2. Now we'll grab my mini lift. Gonna smack that down and hook this in and grab a power wire. Yep, they'll stretch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead and connect these. 5, 6, 7, 8. Same thing. Baby lift or baby sink. Grab a belt. No, that's not a belt. Put the power wire up to it. Run it down to the previous one and count again. 1, 2. We definitely need to hook those up. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Grab the baby mini lift and smack it in here. How we doing, Drake? How you doing, Shy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hope that's still 8. Stupid autosave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So no, I needed to get rid of it here. I'm good. Gonna catch a couple up before work. That works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Get rid of you. Grab you. Bring you down here. Oh, I'm glad that you were able to stop in and hang out for a little while before work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and don't need to do anything here because these are in stacks of 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go away. Grab. What the hell? Okay, it doesn't like that spot. Thought that was the same spot I've been putting him, but it doesn't like it on that one, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Next 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that works. Alright, that works. Got all of our shit. Hold on. I put new ones over here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I may or may not have put them in the wrong spot. Okay, I put them in the wrong damn spot. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. There we go. Now we can start bringing the ingots down. And for anybody who's new here that doesn't know how I'm going to do this, I have a pretty specific way that I normally do these big arrays like this when the numbers are just kind of weird. I use a lot of smart splitters. They are all set to dump everything to the left and to the right and overflow go down the center. So it'll fill up this machine, it'll fill up that machine. Once those machines are full, then it'll start sending to the next ones, so on and so forth down the line. Hello, Vogue! Welcome in, bud. I should have grabbed a drink before stream. I'll have to go do that here in a second. Every one of the belts I'm bringing in has kind of a weird number at 1121. They're not fully full belts just because I didn't put a compressor on them. And the pure ingot recipes tend to give some kind of weird numbers. And of course, you redeem hydrate when I literally say I don't have a drink. A little bit of an asshole move there, Drake. I'll go get a drink while we wait for this to fill up. And Casper had me start dinner. So, in the slow cooker, so God, it smells awesome. Hello, Casper. And there's a Drake over there on the YouTubes. Basically, I'm gonna let this run for a little while because I need to see where we're going to, how many of these machines I can fill up. I could just do the math. Missed yesterday's stream? Yeah. So, oh, that killed your streak. I'm sorry, Vog. I believe if you watch yesterday's stream for like 15 minutes, it'll restore your streak. I think that's how it works. I'm not 100% sure. I know there's been a lot of people who've missed a stream and they like watch a bit of the VOD and it keeps their streak alive. I'm not 100% sure because obviously I don't keep my own streak. Even though I believe on Twitch I'm actually listed as a viewer of my own stream. So I could have an absolutely ridiculous stream streak. I just never worry about that. Okay, so this one is definitely still filling up. But you have to watch 15 to 20 minutes of VOD. Yeah, that's why I said 15 minutes. It might be 20, I don't know. Like I said, I've never had to worry about it. Because I don't worry about my stream streak. Cheese! Yes! Just a couple constructors. Far enough that you literally can't see the end of the row. There's 252 here. Difficult to miss your own stream? I don't know. It's me. So, you know, screwing something up that monumentally is still possible for me. When it comes to me and screwing something up, you know I'm going to find a way. I need to go over sometime later and look at my fuel pipes. I want to see, I know some of the turbo fuel refineries are running fine, which means they're getting all of the fuel they're supposed to. It's kind of weirding me out that some are being a pain in the ass. But if I find out that like they're all being a complete pain in the ass, I started running some numbers. I can overclock the diluted fuel blenders to 240%, put 2 of them on a pipe, and run a pipe of 480. The turbo fuel refineries require 48 per minute. So a pipe of 480 feeds 10 refineries exactly. None of this splitty bullshit that I'm currently having to deal with. It just jumps me from 56 pipes to 70 pipes, which that part I'm not a huge fan of. Hey, what's going on, Johnny? I need to see if this one's actually going to fill up or not. Remember, like I said, I got a weird number coming in. So I'm just trying to figure out where I run out of copper ingots. Because wherever I run out of copper ingots, that tells me that's where I need to run another belt. And physics, what's going on? Hey, I had a question for you with your application. Is there any way in the save file to tell if a generator is not running because it's just not getting fuel? It's hooked up, everything's good, it just doesn't have enough fuel or any fuel. Because obviously anything that's turned off I don't care about, but something that literally doesn't have fuel, it'd be nice to know how many of those and maybe where they are. Because obviously, you know, for somebody like me that's got 4,000 fuel generators, it kind of sucks to try to pinpoint the one that's not getting enough. Because for some reason, I'm missing 100 gigawatts of power. I've redone my math like 4 times. I'm literally missing. I have seen the report you sent, and it says standby or I think it's standby or out of fuel. I'd have to double check it, but because I went through my save and I got rid of all the extra generators I had. Because like I had a bunch of coal generators and fuel generators from early in the playthrough before I started building this monster. I hate how these have like 9. These can hold more than just like 2. I don't know why. A smart splitter seems to be able, at least sometimes seems to be able to hold more than. Now to see if this is actually going to fill up or if it's going to empty out. Right, if it's gonna fill up, it's pretty damn close. So we're just gonna go ahead and put our splice here. Yeah, and I think a lot of the ones that you're seeing that are on standby because they're not just over here. Because I had a small fuel plant here. I had much larger fuel plants over here. I had a huge compact or coal generator field over here, and I had a little coal generator over here. Okay, let's get this belt. This is the belt that I purposely saved for this. She doesn't need to come out this far. This is going to go right there. How about we button this up right here? Just run it right beside the other ones. Realize this is up too high. 1, 2 notches down. It's not in straight mode. God damn it. We don't do that around here. We do straight mode. It's the only build mode. And Johnny hit his 100th stream streak. Some with liquid fuel. Huh. Oh, liquid fuel is just base fuel. Yeah, all those can be ignored. The ones I'm worried about are the ones with rocket fuel. I would just, it would be really easy, nice for me if I knew, if I could get like some kind of pinpointed location for them. The drawback is location's kind of weird. Screw curve mode. Oh, Casper, that means you shouldn't be that far off your 100. We don't do curve mode in this house. You'll hit 90, so you're 10 behind him. Alright, Casper's at work. I need to reduce the amount of vulgarity. Need to try to be nice and kind and sweet and gentle and lover-like. Alright, so we're gonna let this one fill up whatever machines it can, and then we'll run the next belt. Oh, you actually get a lunch break today. Wow. I'm gonna throw these in just to get them out of my inventory. The less crap I have cluttering up my inventory, the happier I am. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not a big fan of having a bunch of stupid stuff in my inventory. I see 14 generators running on rocket fuel, and they're pretty close together, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Well, this is one thing I would absolutely love for this game. Because you can go into your map and look at your coordinates, but okay, those are the other coordinates. That's not those coordinates. The game has two different types of coordinates. One is, I gotta remember how to do this. Oh. I know how to do this. I've done it before. Satisfactory, show location, man. That is the tool debug or toggle debug overlay. Now, I don't think that's the one I'm looking for. No, that kind of sort of shows it. There's another one that I like a little bit better. Let me see if I can find that command. There's one that puts in the left. It might be show debug. Yep, that's the one I was looking for. That one updates a lot faster. Yeah, but that's why, like I said, that's why we have debug as well. Because if you're showing me a 6-digit location, that means it's a debug location, not a map location. And 14 generators. That's kind of weird. Now the minus 155, that's really got me weirded out. On the Z. Honestly, I think the debug position's easier to use because you can have the live version of that. 420, 420,000 by 21,000. That's the other way. This way I don't have to pop into the map a whole lot of times. 420 by 20. Yeah, I'm in the negative. Yeah, I'm in the negative on Z. Or on Y. So I think those 14 generators are, I don't think those are running rocket fuel. If you have that on a map, I don't know if yours. I'll be honest, I never loaded the HTML. I looked at the raw text. Yeah, that's 420s. That's on this axis. The 14's got me kind of weirded out because these are in groups of 10. Yeah, the drawback is the Y positioning is what's messing with me. Because you said Y 21,000. I'm at Y. This is Y minus 34,000. And obviously, there's nothing more that way. Not to mention the Z being minus 155. That would be below the map. Because like this is Z 1500 or yeah, minus 155,000. Here at the water, I'm at this is minus 154 or 1,541. Yeah, that Z minus 155 is still weird. Oh shit! I got to go all the way down here to get my Y into the positives. Y21. Okay, so for X X420 so about here Y21 that's like here. There's no rocket fuel there. Well, the problem is, if you're looking at the location in the debug, where I currently am is 403,130.73. The top right corner. Yeah, worst case, if you can find that on a map and send me a picture of where it's supposed to be, I can probably narrow it down a little bit better. So I'm gonna turn that off. Yeah, and one thing you also have to remember, Johnny, is the game itself is European. Kind of why I'm using it to kind of sort of learn more about the metric system. Kind of, sort of, almost, maybe. Yeah, I've seen that as well. Like I said, if you're in debug mode, it does go into 6 digits and then a decimal. If you're looking at the map, it only goes to 4 digits as the top. Yeah, I suck with coordinates. I'll own that one. Okay. By now, this should be most of the way full. So we can figure out where... Like I always say, there's a good reason the channel is called what it is. It's not just self-deprecating humor. Okay, so this one's running pretty damn true, but I think we'll put our... Now remember, I didn't crank these up in the middle. I'm at least willing to admit my shortcomings. That's got to count for something, right? I hope. Okay, so I'm going to shift this belt to the side a little bit. Yeah, I mean, to a point, it'd be kind of nice if the world would just get onto, like, a standard. I don't even give a shit if it's metric or not. Just give me a standard so that, you know, we're all running the same numbers. Alright. Now that one can run, it can refill whatever I just took away. Grab this belt and bring it down. Oh yeah, I never put. Might want to turn my flashlight on. The drawback is I believe I've got another belt that I don't have pulled this way. Got just 2 more belts. Okay, they're over here to the right. That's fine. Let's go ahead and set up for those. So we'll have one spaced off, kind of weird. A little on the weird side. A little weird. Okay, that one goes there. This one wraps around and hooks in here. Alright, that's at least a little closer where I'm going to need them. So this one should easily fill up, so we're just going to go ahead and throw these in here. How's the weather up there, Johnny? Is it calmed down any? Or is it still nasty and nuts? And for anybody curious as to why in the world I'm making so much wire, I need stitched iron plates and cable to make crystal oscillators, also needed for uranium fuel cells. And I need rotors, stators, and some more stators for other aspects. All of which just take a ridiculous amount of wire. It's not terrible up here. It's not hot AF and not storming. Hoping we can get some more rain though. Still super dry. Yeah, I can see that. I don't know, is your area of Canada like a farming area or like agriculture or horticulture, not agriculture, plant farming, farm sim stuff, not the animal aspect? Yeah, we definitely get enough freaking rain down here. Yeah, nice. So I don't have any rain this weekend, so I can actually do a fire in the backyard. Ah, so that definitely explains the your interest in farm sim and stuff. It'd be kind of nice if farm sim ever leaned more into the animal side and got it a little bit more accurate on like pasturing and stuff. Actually, hell, I don't even know if that's kind of more of an American thing, because I mean, land is plentiful here. I wouldn't say land's cheap. I can't remember this shit, Johnny. I'm doing good to remember where you guys are from. Trying to remember what you guys do for livings. No, that's asking too much for me. That's stretching the limit of my brain power. Okay, so that one's definitely filling up, but it's filling up slowly. So we'll probably be putting our supplemental line in either right after this one or right after the next one. My entire goal is to get these to run at 100%, because I need all this wire, all these constructors. Why do I have a yellow light? Yellow light is a bad light. Why are you yellow? Ow. Yeah, that would explain it. That might explain it. Why can't you just take damn settings? Like, LMA. Yellow light means I'm not feeding it. Which, you know, kind of screws the whole, let all this run and see where I run out. If I'm literally not feeding 2 to 4 machines, and it kind of puts a little bit of damper on things. And it's like, during yesterday's stream, I was talking about the idea of doing a tips and tricks videos, or tips and trick video, and it might be 3 different videos and do kind of like one geared at beginners, one geared more towards intermediate users, and one geared towards advanced users. Kind of depends on how many tips and tricks I can pull out of my butt. Because like I said in yesterday's stream, there's so many little things that might appear obvious to one person, but may go unnoticed to another. Like, honestly, just explaining the different colors of lights and what they mean. I did find out that the blue light does not mean overclocked. It means it has power shards in it. If I set this to 100%, God damn it, never mind. I did it on a freaking, I did it on one of my fuel gens and it stayed blue even though it wasn't overclocked. So I guess it does mean overclocked. But I had a fuel gen, I underclocked to 1% to back pressure the line. The difference in foundations? Like what, concrete versus fix-it versus the other ones? Like I definitely think I should probably put the black, the like brighter than, when you adjust the this one to super high numbers, higher than what the slider can take. I've been watching some new players and they don't know that you don't need metal plates. Ah. So kind of I mean, I guess that would be a trick. Switch over to concrete foundation so you stop using iron plates. It's got 2 major benefits. A, you don't have to bring iron plates with you, especially in the pre-dimensional depot era. And B, concrete stacks to 500, so you can carry a hell of a lot more concrete than you can iron plates. One of the things I find really funny, if you come into the foundations, a 1 meter foundation and a 4 meter foundation cost the exact same amount of resources. That's 7 concrete. versus 5 and 2. So it's still 7 resources, no matter which one you go with. What do the other ones cost? That's 5 concrete and 2 steel beams. That's kind of pricey. That's 5 concrete and 2 plastic. And asphalt's only concrete as well. Okay, so that's doesn't really look like it's filling up. It just looks like it's running pure. Pure. That's all I like to say. This, grab this, please take your settings. I never had that problem in 1.1. If I middle mouse buttoned a priority merger or smart split or anything like that, it would always keep the settings. Okay, so 1, 2. Let's go get another belt and bring it down here. I want this belt. And I have a pretty good reason for wanting that belt. Because if you notice, I got a bunch of yellow lights over here on this side. Part of that's because these aren't hooked up. But this is also not running, like I said, what I consider pure. So, and I'm pretty sure this belt's going to be too much for what's left here. So it's also going to splice into the other side. We're gonna run it right beside this. Get rid of these. Just a little boo 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 boo. all the way up and then down 2 notches. Do. All right. I thought that belt wasn't running all that pure, and then I remembered, oh wait, that's my buffer. Actually, I want to do something. This will make sense here in a second. Like I said, I'm pretty sure this belt is going to be too much for these machines. So I'm going to add whatever overflow comes out of this over to this side. Do need to go in and make sure these are turned all the way up. And let it flow, let it flow, let it flow. Fill, my pretty little machines, fill! Obviously, you can tell by the sheer volume going into those two machines. Those are going to fill them. Shit, I just realized. No, I've got that smart splitter up there. I was just sitting there thinking I needed like if I remembered correctly, I needed like 100 and a partial machines to fill this. But that very first belt should actually be running about 5 machines right now. Crap. Yeah, that's gonna suck. Yeah, see, smart splitter has a buffer of 9. A normal splitter only has a buffer of 2. The drawback is, like I said, I'm actually overfeeding the system, which might cause a couple small little hiccups down the road when I start pulling the rest of my copper ingots. Even though I only need like 100 and a half machines, I think I have 150 one machine's running. But if that causes it to be, if that becomes too much of a hiccup, I can fix that. I'll just have to rearrange things down here. It's not that big of a deal. What would one of these be if they were fully overclocked? 37.5, 1200, 37.5. Yeah. But that would involve getting belt compressors in the mix, and I didn't want to do that. Thousands are right. So it is the debug coordinates, not the map coordinates. And found the first few generators not having fuel. Okay, so he gave me locations. Now, if somebody can put this in chat, 4181, comma, minus 1571. We're going to go take a look at that and see if it's something I've already fixed since I sent physics my save. It's the third platform from the top, right at this spot. Okay. So third one down from the top. Amijah, hello. Thank you, Johnny. We all know I can't remember numbers, so I appreciate the hell out of that. All right, thank you. I will check that out. Hopefully, I mean, the drawback is even if I have one entire row not getting fuel because of a pipe issue, that's only 6,000 megawatts times that by 3.1, and you get less than 20K. I'm missing 100K. There are 4 generators at location. Okay, let's go up. I appreciate the hell out of that because, like I said, having over 4,000 generators makes it kind of hard to find little errors. That's why save analyzers are so useful. I'm going to go up to the third from the top. Should be this platform. Okay. Physics, if you're still in the game at that location, if I call this tower number 1, tower 2, tower 3, tower 4, 5, and 6. Denick? What's going on, Denick? Okay, 4181. We're going this way quite a bit. Looks like it's on tower 6. Yeah, minus 1571. That's way the F up here. That's right, though. Yeah, we're definitely going to Tower 6. Yeah, this playthrough is every single resource on the map, so there's some pretty nasty belt highways. Okay. So I can find the ones that are not hooked up, and it could easily be that when I put the blueprint down, I didn't set over to auto connect. What the fuck are you still doing underclocked? Overclock. Okay. So we're on the right floor. I don't see any that are permanently red. I did see some red down here, so. Flowing 600, so these are probably just still filling up. Yeah. 4181. Okay, so that's on that loop. Appear to be running correctly. I know he said the third one. From the top, very possible it's just a not getting enough fuel issue. Like, it's not, they're still trying to fill up. 1, 2, 3. I know I saw, no, that's fully full. Now bear in mind, physics, you're playing on a slightly older save than I am. $15.71. 4181, which is back this way a little bit. You know what? Can we just? Let's do this a smart way. I'm trying to micro move my mouse here. Okay. 41.8. So right about there. That does not show up on my damn. God damn it. Yeah, let's get. I'll send you the most recent save, or not the most recent autosave, but the most recent the save from the beginning of the stream. Because that one doesn't have all of the additional. That was limiters. Come on. Heather! Hello, Heather! I need to adjust my security limitations, manage access, anyone with link, copy link, done, sendy, send. And from what I'm seeing in the screenshot, those appear to be running. Oh, wait, I'm looking on the wrong floor. I don't immediately see any that aren't running in that photo, but there's the most recent save. Digging the music today since I can actually listen. It's the same music as it's been for the last year, because we all know my lazy ass ain't changed it. The weird thing is, like I said, I'm missing 100 gigawatts of power. Like, if every one of these generators was running, that's 2.8 terawatts. I have about another 40,000 megawatts coming from the coal. So 3.2. And then on top of that, I have a 3.1 multiplier. So I should be more at around 8.8 terawatts, not the 8.7 I have. I do know, I went over there not too long ago. I went through every single floor, and I had found some pipes that literally weren't properly hooked up. And it was from the junction of the pipe coming onto the floor into the circle, that pipe coming out of that circle into the first spoke, the first pedal, whatever you want to call it. Because if you look at that from, like, if you look at my save on Satisfactory calculator, they look like big ass flowers. Need to smack the modem and yell it again? Yeah, probably. But all my machines are running. We got yellows, or we got blues. And yeah, I definitely have too much wire, or too much copper ingots. Because like I said, I'm running about half a machine more than I should be. Because since I needed 100.5 refineries to feed this massive highway of copper ingots, I put a smart splitter on the 101st machine so that this could have what it needed, and it could still send the other half or so of the machine down the line where it was needed. So I do kind of worry that I might not be supplying enough for one of these two machines. But it does look like there's a fair chunk coming through here, so it might be fine. Maybe. But all my wire is being made, and being dumped, and being sunk. So, it's now time to work on the next step of this monumental project. Wire is done. For anybody new here, this is 252 constructors. Mostly fully overclocked. I mean, we're pretty damn close to the top of the overclock. We've got 247.9972 and 249.015. So, pretty freaking high overclocks on 252 machines. If I took the total amount of wire that I needed and literally just said, okay, here, I need this much wire, how many machines would I have to run if they all ran the same overclock? All I would do is save one machine. Okay. The drawback is all of this wire, this entire side here, this is all spoken for stators and rotors, and more stators. 105 stream streak, and Heather is streaking. Put them back on. Obviously, the nice thing is I've got a pretty good chunk of room right here, so we're gonna keep using this area. So, I need to make cable. And to make cable, I go into my actual Satisfactory modeler project file. Thankfully, I only need 29 machines for cable. So that's not that bad. That's the back. Those are facing the wrong direction. So I'm just going to go grab my iron pipe constructor. We'll change the recipe because we got to change the recipe anyways. This one has the input on the right side, so. Always like having this gap between the two rows. And like I said, I need 29 of these. So we're going to put down 36 and then we're just going to... Actually, I'm just going to do 30 of them. There's 95 generators not running? Shit. Is that 95 turbo fuel or rocket fuel? Because that would explain my missing power. Because that's 176,000 megawatts. Now, obviously, some of those are probably going to be blipping on and blipping off. So we're just going to... I'm more concerned if there's a bunch of generators in a group not running, because that tells me either a pipe is not hooked up correctly or I got a pipe not running anywhere near what it should be running. I think that makes sense. Maybe it makes sense. I don't know. Got to call the hubs. Yeah, sorry about that. I notice you're calling them the hubs and not the warden now, so is that a good sign? God. Dang it. Why do you and turn around like that? So I'm going to adjust my overclock to needing 30 machines because I'd rather run 30 machines than 29. And since Casper not here to yell at me for changing things, I can change things. Welcome back, Johnny. Hopefully things are running a little more smoothly for you now. God damn it. Always make sure if you're in blueprint mode or not before you start trying to deconstruct crap. So we're going to take this. Shit. Not a super huge fan of that, but it'll work for now. All right, let's get my recipe set. We're going to go for cable using the default recipe. I'm doing a lot of default recipe stuff. The overclock is 238. If I didn't miscount, there are currently 38 rocket fuel generators that aren't running. So there's 95 generators on standby, but only 38 rocket fuel. I'm trying to figure out what in the world the other ones are. 238.3734. Okay. A lot of coal. There shouldn't be any normal fuel generators on that save. There shouldn't be any. I mean, there should only be 250 coal generators total, and they should all be running. Okay. I need to grab some of this, and unfortunately, these all should have been turned around the other way because I need the belts to go that way, but it's not really that big of an issue. How much wire goes into this step? 4,290. So 4,290 divided by 74.399 means I need basically 58 machines. Why am I only running? Why in the hell am I running 7 machines down a sink? I should be running 8. Okay, 3,200. I'm trying to figure out where that is. $320 by 200. Oh, I'm reading the location right. Oh. Oh, sorry. It's 320,000 by 2. I'd put it around that node. No, hold on. Hold on. I'm reading the numbers wrong. I apologize. By 21. And that would still be around this node. And I never put any coal generators over there. Huh. Yeah, I'll have to go look for those later. I'll go look for those later. But yeah, that should definitely be running 8 machines, not 7. It's possible I put some generators down where I literally just don't remember having put them down. Because the only coal generators I remember building were here and down here. Blue Crater and up by the desert. I appreciate the hell of it, physics. I really do. We're definitely not building any more up. We're slowly bleeding them out. And if I just turn off one of these machines, that'll cause the line to bleed out a little bit faster. The main thing I'm trying to do right now is just get this. Yeah, and I talked to a couple people about your application, and they definitely seem interested. It would be very nice to have a local version, a local and more powerful version of the Satisfactory calculator website that's not reliant on their server's speed. We should be running about 1190 on here. For some reason, it does not seem like I am. So either some of these are running a weird overclock, yeah, not a problem. Like I said, getting some new tools into the community would be very beneficial. Okay, so we know we're running at 1190.384. And I need 4,290.72. So I need about 4 belts. So I'm going to go ahead and stack this hole right here. Not a super huge fan of putting these right next to this like this, but whatever. Ah, shit. We're upgrading these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That doesn't seem right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. God damn it. Always such an annoying thing to me. But that should allow me to empty these out a little bit faster. Because this is only emptying out 12 machines, and that one's only emptying out 4. The problem is I didn't realize that I had messed with my power wire, so all these machines filled up. Make a few more. It's been said several times that already that something better than the calculator would be awesome, but I have no idea how I can implement that efficiently. We'll see what the future brings. For now, my goal is to be able to read 500 megs of save without needing a NAS. Yeah. I don't know how long my save is taking to load, and my save is not that epic. I think you need somebody like Kibitz or Drawing Chaos or the Andrew creator, I can't remember what it is. If I see Jake come into chat, he's a aesthetic builder, so his save's got to be some size. Like I said, post something in the Discord, and that way anybody can interact with you. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There should be this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. Now wait, if anybody else has any good ideas for your tool, they can let me know. Because it is kind of exciting to help develop what could easily become the next great tool for this game. BLA Andrew. I thought it was Andrew and then some numbers at the end. My save takes about 2 minutes, so probably close to what it takes for me just to load my save. Now, currently it might be BL Andrew. I'm not 100% sure. I can never remember his name. As soon as I say the Satisfactory content creator Andrew something, everybody knows exactly who I'm talking about. So I do apologize to any of his fans for not memorizing his name, but I suck with numbers. I tabbed out for a reason. Now I can't remember what it was. Oh, yeah, I was going to check my task manager to see how much RAM my game is currently eating. Looks like it's only 10 gigs right now. Which kind of sounds unlikely. As of 4 days ago, I hadn't received anything from him. Well, I guess I'm definitely more than happy to, send my save to be a guinea pig. That definitely does not bother me in the least bit. Okay, so the next one's going to be here. Yeah, I was just curious because long before I even got anywhere near as far as I am, when it was still just the sorting facility, I had a big issue with my PC where I had literally killed one of my motherboard's RAM slots, and there was a few other people who tried to load it, and some low-end PCs couldn't handle it. And a former community member of mine had gotten a server from, Indifferent Broccoli, or whatever it's called. Thank you for following the channel there, B Harper. I appreciate the holy hell out of that. You are amazing. I don't care what anyone says about you. I think you're awesome. That's not supposed to go there. Or no, that's supposed to go there. This is supposed to be connected here. This is supposed to go away. And we connect it there. Now, obviously, I'm still a very small creator. I don't think I'm very well known in the Satisfactory community. I have a massive problem doing self-promotion. So, whereas a lot of content creators will go to this Discord or that Discord and they'll post every time they do a live stream, I don't know, that just, it feels weird to me. So 5, 6, 7, 8. So I just don't do it, which obviously kind of hurts my growth and stuff. But you got to keep yourself in a good headspace. And if what I have to do to keep myself in a good headspace is not doing self-promotion, then I'm not doing self-promotion. It's no problem at all for me personally. It's not about reach, but knowing about what satisfactory means. Yeah. All I meant by that was, as a smaller content creator, obviously, I can't throw 100 to 200 to 500 to 1,000 people at you to give you more saves to load through your tool. Which I know is probably not a big deal. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. That should be running. Oh yeah, I probably need to turn one of these off to let the line bleed out. That's all I was getting at. And Henry, what's going on? I think, if I remember right, Henry's also a Satisfactory content creator. Pretty sure he's another content creator, but I don't know if it's Satisfactory. Yeah, I'm about 2,000 hours in. So I've definitely put some time into this game, much to my wife's disappointment. And from time to time we get, my name's Jake in the chat. He stops by on a pretty regular basis. Not just Satisfactory. Yeah, I'm not just going to be Satisfactory either. Right now, I'm just playing Satisfactory because that's my current obsession. I will eventually be moving on to other games. I don't know if I'll be like... Satisfactory will be like a guest game where I'll play it from time to time, or when I move on, if I just completely give it up. I have never in my life found a game that I can play for years. Ever. I mean, I played Ark Survival Ascended for probably 2 or 3 years, but that's before I was doing content creation. It just gets to a certain point where you've done all the outlandish shit you can. So now it's what do I make content on? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So I'm still bleeding this line out. Because if nobody's figured it out yet, I am kind of notorious for doing outlandish things. That's kind of my shtick. And eventually, you kind of run out of outlandish things to do. Like, I do have one more good playthrough in mind for Satisfactory. I'm going to do an ultra hard mode, where I turn basically everything up to hell levels. I think Drawing Chaos had tried to do something similar, and he didn't finish it or something. I enjoy a challenge. I want things to be very, very, very difficult. And not just mentally challenging. I get enough of that as is. Okay. So I need 4 belts. This is 4 belts. I don't have the reflexes for speedrunning. My kid is big into speedrunning, but he's not like competitive. And one of the things that, at least the way I understand it, is you go into most speedrunners and they play the same game for years. I can't do that. If I'm not still enjoying the game, I can't play it. And kind of sort of my own personal hot take, but I don't really see how a speedrunner continues to enjoy the game years and years of doing the same things over and over with just a modicum of improvement. My brain doesn't like that. I enjoy figuring things out. Like for this game especially, I want to figure out how the mechanics work. I want to figure out how I can not necessarily break them, but definitely abuse them. This is not going to work for shit, is it? Because I got these belts that are going to have to come out as well. I may have to flip all those. Speedrunners usually enjoy seeing the time go down and claiming records rather than the game itself. Yeah, see, I'm not a competitive person. Love to see you play Kenshi. Yeah, see, like I said, I'm just not a competitive person. Is one of the reasons I don't normally get along with a lot of guys, because most guys I've known are really competitive. It's always a game of one up, and I just can't do that. It's not how I'm wired. Nothing against anyone who is. It's just, that's not me. I hope this is making sense. I'm definitely not trying to crap on anybody or anything like that. So grand total in this, I'm going to be making, we'll make 2,000 wire. So we're just going to split this right down the middle. I've got 30 machines. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Obviously, I can't split 30, 15, and 50. I can't do 15 and 15 unless I want to do some weird shit with the upper and lower. So we're going to do 16 and 14. Hopefully I can get 16 on here. It's 71.512. Yeah. I can't believe I remember that number. And I've made it very apparent, I have more than I have a fair share of mental issues that I have to overcome. I have to learn to deal with. I have to learn to work around. Not 100% sure what Kenshi is, though, Drake. What kind of game is it? I swear to God, if you tell me it's a Souls-like, it is never going to happen. Oh, they already have smart slitters on them. Oh, that's the wrong shit anyways. God damn it. I hate when they don't take the damn setting. Give me a second. RPG. Yeah, I could probably do that then. Nothing like coming back from lunch and finding out that a patient is going to discharge back to their facility and transport is rolling up to get them at the same time. That sounds like a win. The drawback is these are going to take a lot longer to fill up than the ones making wire, because wire stacks to 500 versus ingots only stack to 100. But the nice thing is I'm get the we'll do the wire, the cable constructors here, and we still have that much space. Damn. Woohoo! We got a whole lot of space. I'm not complaining about that. Give me all the room. So we'll let these fill up. We'll figure out where this belt ends, how much it can take. Obviously, I could just do some math and figure this out. But I'm too lazy for that. And I'll own that. But welcome back in with Real Jingles. I appreciate you popping by. Sorry I didn't say that earlier. I get so used to like answering the question and not answering the person. One of those things I got to work on. Yeah, give me another couple of years. I'll get the hang of this whole streamer thing. Oh, that'll be a good thing for the tips and tricks videos. Literally, satisfactorycalculator.com, satisfactorytools.com, Satisfactory Modeler, and as soon as Physics gets his tool out and about, we'll have to throw a shout out for that one too. Because I can probably not so humbly say that I at least had a tiny bit of hand in at least suggesting some features. Definitely not going to claim credit for making it, because I haven't made a freaking program since Visual Basic 6 days. It's been a minute. I put a trail to Kenshi in the Discord for just chatting for later. Okay, I'll check it out. I know I want to do Final Fantasy VII next year. We're going to do like everything Final Fantasy VII. We're going to play the OG game. We're going to play Crisis Core Reunion. We're going to play Remake, Rebirth, Intergrade, and Revelation when it comes out. And I was kind of talking about possibly running through the Resident Evil games, because I have all of the mainline games as kind of a prelude to Veronica finally getting some love. Because like back in the day, Resident Evil Code Veronica was one of those games I loved the idea of. And I kind of look at it as the forgotten bastard child of the Resident Evil franchise. You found Drake redeemed a stretch. Yeah. And you found the coal generators. Okay. Let me know where the coal generators are and I'll go get rid of them. Because I'm assuming they're not over here. it sent me some screenshots. Okay, I knew. Oh shit, I did put some up there. Alright. I didn't think I had any up there. Oops. Oopsie. Okay, so anybody new here, they're going to get a nice little aerial tour of my map, of my playthrough, of this monstrosity. Whee! We're gonna go flying! Alright, I'm sure you noticed that there's everything that you could possibly need in dimensional storage to make basically anything. I appreciate that. I appreciate you doing what you've done so far. Definitely more than I would expect. Yeah, if they're just at the end of the line on rocket fuel, where it just seems like they're just not getting enough fuel, I'm not worried about that. I'll have to iron that out later. That's a fueling issue I'm currently having. Alright, those are gone. Yes, I care about them so little. I'm willing to just come and deconstruct them. Well, there's no coal for them. I'm using every drop of coal on the map on the in the big power plant. That's why they're running idle. So why leave them there if they're not running? At some point in time, I'll go through and I'll tear down the rest of the areas like that. I'll tear down like the water extractors and the foundations and all the beltways, the pipes, all that shit. I'm just not worried about it right now. Fight the battles that you can fight when you can fight them. It's kind of one of the major things I've learned in playing a lot of these like complicated games. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Just, bite off that overcooked steak that's going to take you 3 months to chew through. Did I hear bite? I no biting. Now, see, Maya wouldn't be looking forward to me playing all the Resident Evil games because she doesn't like zombie games. Though she'd probably watch them because she watches basically anything I do, and she likes hearing me scream like a little girl. I'm sure we all remember when I was playing Vane. Might have to check that, go back and check that game out. There's been a lot of updates since I stopped playing it. And I need to get the DLC for Oxygen Not Included. The new DLC for Oxygen Not Included, so I can do the Aquatic World. The Aquatic Planet Pack. That'll probably be a Twitch-only stream. So we might be bringing back our good old-fashioned Twitch Thursdays. Village was the one with the tall vampire chick that everybody was going goo goo gaga for. Lady Demiscrew or whatever, however you say her name. I barely speak English. Oh god, I just realized if I go through and play all the Resident Evil games, that means I've got to play 6. Ugh, can I just skip 6? 6 sucks so much. Lady, yeah. Yep, that's the right one. I'll be nice and not put on any of the like super inappropriate mods for that game. The one before that was Resident Evil 7, which was Ethan in the swamp. So that's what most people saw of that game, which I didn't. I liked Village when it came out, but I kind of thought that Lady's Castle would have been the last one because it feels like you spend the most time in that castle. What's going on off-road? So it felt weird that you spend all this time in Lady Demiscrew's or whatever castle, and then all the rest of the stages are kind of short. Look at the sea of constructors. But sir, I'd like some more. Nope. No more constructors for you. That one's filling up, but it's filling up kind of slow. So we're going to put our splice right here. And speaking of Lady Demiscrew and like the mods and stuff, trust me, there are some very, very, very inappropriate mods for that game. 7 was weird, and I think most of what made 7 so weird was it felt like such a large departure from how all the previous ones had been. It was a good game on its own. It just felt like a huge departure from the previous games. Which, considering how absolute crap 6 was, to a point, that's not that bad of a thing. What the fuck is there a power wire going down there for? That's probably my single biggest complaint with RE7. It definitely needed the change up. So it was a good change. It felt kind of jarring. Filled up 1, 2, 3, 4 machines before I had to add in more. And Maya's teeth in RE7 just weirded me out. Yeah, welcome to Ninjas Gaming, where we talk about all kinds of weird random stuff. You never know what kind of random stuff we're going to talk about around here. We need a poll for the day. Who's dancing on the pole? Nah. Just a standard YouTube poll, like I do all the time. You know, get a little engagement. You gotta feed that chat engagement. Feed the chat. Two. Alright, we know that one's filling up. We're just, yeah, that one's definitely filling up, so the next one will probably fill up as well. We just have to wait. We have to wait it out. Drawback is I need a butt ton of assemblers, and assemblers are taller than constructors. So, I don't really know if I'll be able to get too high here. If I come out over here, maybe. Yep, that's the problem. And I could easily run X number at 250 and then 1 at some weird number, but yeah, I'm too lazy for that. Yeah, 143.024. That's why we do the supplemental belts. Okay, that looks like it's filling up, albeit pretty slowly. So we're going to put our next splicey belt. I'm also going to go through and actually set these correctly because they don't freaking want to keep their settings. Bunch of jackasses. Well, that's not including the weird numbers that are up above. Like each one of these belts is 1121 and change. Well, each of the copper ingot belts are. They don't tell you need a PhD in mathematics to play this game. Something like that. You don't have to be a genius to play this game, but it probably would help. I wouldn't know because I sure the hell am not one. Okay, let's get the third belt on here. Belt 2. You just need to be crazy enough to play this game. If you're not, then this game will make you crazy. That sounds about right. That might be the best. There are still 17 coal generators. Oh yeah, I remember those. Now that memory's coming back. All right, so while those are filling up, let's go get rid of the rest of the coal generators. Yeah, and it's a weird number because I'm using the water out of that resource well. Trust me, I needed every bit of that power once upon a time. I still don't know where the hell I'm putting these nuclear generators because I got 300 of them put down, and there's not a lot of water left over here. That might not be good. All right, those are gone. Felt like a genius when I built my first proper iron factory, but looking back at shite with Mark II belt spaghetti, and I really needed Mark IVs to make it proper. Yeah, I can see that. Going back to your first save always really, really emphasizes how much you've grown as a player. Out of my way, Bean! Well, right now we're just physics is going through and finding some of my errant generators for me, and I'm going through and getting rid of them. But like I said, I need 307 nuclear generators, and there's not a hell of a lot more water that way. Even going back like 100 hours in your save, you can really see, especially your first save, you can see how much you've grown, how much you've learned. When you decided to make this aesthetic change, the only slug left on the map, the one slug left on the map, because everybody decided that slug was funny, so it had to stay there. First factory of mine is a effing cube that makes nothing, like 10 per minute, reinforced iron plates and a bunch of spaghetti. Yeah, I've never really been that bad on spaghetti. I was until I figured out about building on foundations. Once I figured out that I could build on foundations and that conveyor lifts didn't have you didn't have to worry about like a lift limit or a height limit on belts, it got a lot better. The golden slug, definitely not golden. It's the PP slug. We decided the PP slug was funny, so the PP slug had to stay. It should be 3. Your shift, first shift, and Okay. Why are you guys not going? Why is Ducky not going down the hole? I never hooked up Ducky to the rest of these. Oops. They will eventually get accosted. Yeah, that'll be the last thing in the save. We'll know that the playthrough is complete when I get rid of the PP slug. When the PP slug goes away, the save is complete. It's either going to be that or I'm going to go nuts with the factory carts again. One of the two. I kind of feel like I need to build a factory cart. Drac, what's going on, bud? How long you been lurking? "30 seconds. Ah, you just got here. Oh, it's you, so you could have been lurking for a while. It's a damn shame. I know for a fact I cannot get 62 manufacturers in this area. Like, I know without a doubt 62 manufacturers is not going in this area. A manufacturer is 2.25 foundations wide. 62 puts it at well over 120. Tired AF all day, 95-degree heat, and lots of work. That sucks. Well, you worked inside, though. Yeah, I have like 65 foundations total. I cannot get the manufacturers down here. Now, maybe if I ran them down here and then wrapped them around. Maybe. Ew, driving all day in a van? But, was the van down by a river? That's the question everyone wants to know. Was the van down by a river? So we're getting some there, but it ain't enough. Please don't start. You have plenty of time to sleep when you're living in a van down by the river. They're young, Johnny. They're youngins. That's comedy for us old fucks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I want to do something. We know each of these machines puts out 74 point something or other, right? 0.33. 74.399. So 1200 divided by housekeeping. You want pillow fluff? You want housekeeping makes sexy good time? Okay. This is actually not the math I want to do. What I want to do is I want to take the total number of watt cable I need to make, or the 4,900. No, you know what? Screw it. We're just gonna run a whole belt down there. I was gonna do this all funky, but I'm not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. This is not the math you're looking for. That's for damn sure. When is it ever the math I'm looking for? Careful making those old man references. I won't get them. Okay, I think there are bigger problems here. I also deleted the coal generator, saved the file, and reanalyzed it. Now I see 10 generators that have been manually paused. They look like they're for rocket fuel, but if they're off, I can't say for sure. One coal generator manually paused, one liquid fuel generator, and 257 rocket fuel generators that have no fuel? What the? Yeah, that sounds like a fueling issue. Because, I definitely don't have that many not turned on. If I'm sitting pretty at 8.7 terawatts, I'm only supposed to have like 8.8 something. So I'm only missing 150 gigawatts ish. So I know for a fact this belt is too much. That's fine. I'm okay with that. That is okie dokie hunky dory in my opinion. Okay, well that makes me happy because like I said, I did have some issues where some of the pipes were not hooked up. But knowing that that's not an issue is a good thing. I'm gonna bring out my 15 assembler blueprint again. We're gonna get rid of this whole top row. Not gonna get rid of any goddamn pipes. At most, you would need 8.3. What do you mean need? Okay, I need to set the recipe on this. Alright. Sorry, I checked my Discord. So I only need 28 assemblers for this. So even if I can't put them down, if I have to put them at like 1 high, it's not that big of a deal. I would rather not because I'm trying to cram as much into this area as I can. 243 point. You know there's a decimal point. 2381. The maximum generated power should be 8.3. Negative. So I've got 2.8 million from the rocket fuel plus Give me a second. I'll actually get the exact number I'm getting from my coal. 41,503 plus 113.1. So without even factor in nuclear or my power boost, I should be able to get 2.84 terawatts. Then you multiply that by so I should have just north of 8.8. If everything was running 100% smoothly, I would have 8.8 terawatts and change. I mean, that 90, or what is that, 9 gigawatts? Yeah, 90,000 megawatts. What am I building for that? For that 8.8, that's what I should have at the moment. Redeem to hydrate. Let me get a little sippy sip. I don't know if I can get the assemblers underneath this belt, but worst case scenario, I can just move that belt. I don't know what. I don't know where the hell that belt's going. You should have shot one. Got 10 assemblers, not in blueprint mode. It does. That belt is definitely going to be in my way. That belt might be in my way. That belt will not be in my way. Right there. The end goal should be the 14.7 terawatts. But like I said, I need 28 of these. Let me make absolutely 150,000% positive. Yeah, grand total without any of the geothermals. If everything is running 100% efficiently, I will have 14,757,911 megawatts even, and I'll be using up to a terawatt. Yes, 28 assemblers. So that's 3 of these blueprints, and then subtract 1 assembler from. So that should give me my 28 assemblers. I still got more room on this row, so that's a big win. I'm happy about that. Still got a fair amount of space here. Which is good because I need more assemblers. Okay, that's already hooked up. That should give me 14 of these across the top. Kind of curious how physics and I are coming up with two massively different numbers. Unless the 2.689 is my current active power. I'm gonna put wire on the bottom one, and I'm gonna go get my iron plates here in a moment. I need to figure out just how many reinforced iron plates I'm gonna make out of this. See if it's below a belt or not. Give me a second. Let me go check my modeler file. Yeah, it's only 383. So we're going to join these. Instead of running individual mergers and splitters on the top, we're just going to drop a lift down. We're not that far off, are we? But what you built, 46,800. I should only have. There should be 46,000 or 4,680 rocket fuel generators. Now, bear in mind, not all of those are running at 600 megawatts. Okay. So now we're basically going to do this. Well, there's 6 towers. Every tower is 13 floors tall. Every floor has 60 generators. So 60 times 78. Uh, 60 times 13 times 6 is... I don't think I still have any errant rocket fuel gens laying around. Because I know I went through and got rid of all the blueprint ones. I don't believe I built 5 too many. I used blueprints for it, and the blueprint was 4, and then 4, and then 2. So I don't know how I would have made 5 too many. Check something real quick. See if I still have my save up on the interactive map. Shit, I need to check something. Give me a second. I need to check something. I might actually have too many. And I know when I was building this, I did this a couple times, but I thought I fixed them all. Chat was very distracting when I was building the towers of power. Yep. Right there. It's not 5. 1, 2. That deletes 4. Oops. Oops. Honestly, considering how many of these I had to build, having one little mistake like that isn't that bad. Now, if I look straight down, that is flat. If I look straight down, that is flat. I don't care how many times I see this. This looks freaking awesome. Because now that's 4 less than what I had. Especially since if you look at the rest of my build, I'm not an aesthetic builder. But those look freaking awesome. I really wish I could have done something a little bit nicer in the center. But I have some ideas for that. Well, I'm just not going to worry about it right now because until I have everything built, I'm not going to go through and try to make things too pretty. I mean, I think I'm already at a couple 100,000 objects in this. And I haven't even built everything needed. By Christmas, I found most of the little errors. Screw you, nerd. I mean, you're probably right, but still, screw you. I can't wait for me to restart. I don't want to restart. And it's only 841,000 objects. And that's before any of today's work. Because what you got was the end of yesterday's work. That was literally the post-stream save from yesterday. Which, if anybody is interested in my current save, please let me know and I will drop you a link. Or if anybody is curious, anybody is interested in all the resources on the map in one area where you don't have to go and run a crap ton of belts, I have that saved too. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Both saves are available free of charge. I don't charge for my saves because, well, they're not really all that great, so. Right. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And honestly, how many people really want the save to a ginormous power plant? Oh, I know, that's the next playthrough. All impure nodes, max difficulty, hell mode as I call it. Though we could also call it Viagra mode. Because it's going to be hard. It's going to be a boring ass playthrough. Because there's going to be so much hurry up and wait. All impure plus 100x space elevator. That's part of it, nerd. You know damn well that's not hard enough for me. This freaking belt stack for this is just ridiculous. I think 5x power being the hard part. Yeah, you also have to remember, I'm also increasing recipe cost. The biggest problem with increasing recipe cost is things that normally are power positive become power negative. But I might abuse some of the underclocking for that. I mean, that's not a bad idea. Once I have a good stranglehold on... Once I have, like, coal power situated. I said it was Viagra mode. It's super hard. Yeah, underclocked to like 5% for everything. Found a lot of rocket fuel generators that aren't getting enough fuel. It's even one of the lower platforms. All the other probably have the same power. Yeah, that's definitely not getting... That's getting a hell of a lot less fuel than it should be getting. And that looks like it's on tower... Looks like it's on the second tower out. Why did I build up 3? Why the hell did I build up 3? I'm only bringing 2 new belts. With double recipe cost and 5x power, impure coal, it's not even an option. Yeah, that's going to be one of the fun things is figuring out what is worth doing and what is not worth doing. I know I was told a while ago by another streamer who rated me that basic fuel with max multipliers is not worth it. Like, you can't make the amount of power with basic fuel that you'll be consuming to make basic fuel. Maybe if you have the diluted fuel recipe, but just oil to fuel. Coming from the north, this is the second tower. Okay, so it's what I normally call Tower 2. It's the one closest to my platform. Quantum Encoder Alley. The worst thing is this power plant is becoming so goddamn big, I kind of feel like it needs to have its own biomes. I need to start naming some of the areas. Yeah, I meant without underclocking. With just running at 100% base clock rate. Oh, I know this is gonna be hell. I knew it was gonna be when I decided I was gonna do it. I fully planned on this being a nightmare. But that's what's going to make it interesting. Not underclocking does not exist. I can see that. I mean, thankfully, I have a little bit of experience building thousands of refineries. You know, just a little experience with it. Ooh, I just thought of something. Instead of doing this, why don't we just pull a lift up from the bottom? That way I can just feed my all my belts into the lower belt line. I don't have to worry about trying to smart split into 2 different levels. You know, kind of like what I did on over here. That'd make a little more sense. I'll tell you, I think I could do the same for the iron plates. I mean, how many iron plates do I need for this? Oh, of course. Of fucking course. It's 1,277. Because heaven forbid, I could run less than 1 belt to feed all these. No! No! You have to run 1 belt and partial. Because of fucking course you do. It's like the concrete for the freaking molded beams was 1,225. It's not going to happen. I will finish this first, Lovey. I got 1,000 hours into this playthrough. But we're finishing it. God damn it. Freaking keyboard decided to stop sending signal. Do like shifts, like do 1 stream of this and 1 stream of that. Anytime you see me just like flying around aimlessly like this, It's because my keyboard has literally decided to be a pain in my ass. The worst thing is I found out that my oldest son is going to be coming home in, well, it'll be over a year, and he plans on living here, so it's like, cool. That's one less place I can put a desk. Well, I mean, I stream for 7 hours, so. Why I go live at noon on Tuesdays and Thursdays now. So when Casper gets home at 6, she can have like an hour to decompress, keep her Twitch streak going, and then yeah, words are not working. Why are words not working? I don't need this here anymore. And then I end stream about an hour, or about 45 minutes after she gets home, and then her and I can just spend some time together. So the drawback is, I need 1,277 iron plates for this, for the stitched iron plates over there. I think I'm just going to bring them up this way. And bring them over that way. But the drawback is, I also need, so that 1277 number is not all my iron plates. Grand total, I am making 2,043.2 iron plates. I need 1,277 for the stitch iron plates, and the rest will be going to nitric acid. So I'm going to take both belts over there. And I'm just going to smart split off of them, and the remainder will go onto the main belt highway. To be used in the nitric acid. Well, that sucks. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. I'm going to pull the lower belt first. because that's just going to be easier to use the lift for. God damn it. Up 2. Turn it around. Should be right there. Can I make that work? Yes, I can. Cool. Awesome. Fantastic. Cross, what's going on, bud? Guess when I got rid of the upper lifts. And Lizzle! Actually, I've completed making all my wires. Now I'm consuming my wires. Check Discord. Awesome, I'm on the big screen. Woohoo, I'm a movie star. Okay. Let's get these all together and down a sink. Look, I'm on TV. Surround sound very important when that spicy rock starts cooking. Yeah, we got a little ways before we're cooking the spicy rock. I gotta make everything that goes into the uranium fuel rods first, because my plan is to make them and bank a lot of them. And then I gotta figure out where the hell the reactors are gonna go. And the scary thing is, I could theoretically transport them with factory carts, but bear in mind I'm going to make 153 uranium fuel rods every single minute. Oh. Went back a bit farther. There isn't enough rocket fuel because there isn't enough turbo fuel. Yep, that's my problem. Isn't the not rocket fuel? It's the turbo fuel, and the turbo fuel is because the fuel isn't getting to it. Basically, I'm running into a lot of issues with the 600 pipes of fuel, which over the weekend I'm going to do a little investigative journalism. I'm going to see if I'm getting 600 into any of the series of refineries. If I am, which pipes those are. If those are all my lower blender pipes, I know there's an issue with the floor holes. Maybe. Otherwise, I'm going to completely redo the fuel pipes into 480 pipes, same way I did the turbo fuel, because I'll feed They'll feed from 2 blenders, overclocked to 240%, so I may actually reduce my volume of blenders. No, should not be any Mark 1 pipes. That should not be an issue. Well, I have some good news for your hard mode playthrough. What do you got? Because I only did the Mark 1 stuff when I was running a pipe that didn't require a Mark 2. Nerd, I would say you're more than welcome to jump on the save and look, but your PC hates my save. So I don't think that's going to happen. Diluted package fuel is not affected by the cost multiplier? Huh? I'll keep looking. Yeah, I mean, I am down for anybody that wants to look at my save and try to figure out how to get my fuel to run better, because that's my entire problem right now. I know for a absolute fact my oil is running perfectly. The oil into the heavy oil residue, that might not be running 100% perfectly, but it's running pretty damn well. Okay, let's go get another pipe wire, or another belt of wire, sorry, not pipe. Got ignored again. By the way, I can't stay for long because I got stuff and I need to sleep early. It's already 1 a.m. That wasn't ignored, I just didn't see the message. It happens. The only problem is it's hard to keep track of everything. Yeah, my playthrough's a little on the insane side when it comes to that. I'm assuming that 150 meg save that you have is from somebody who does a lot more aesthetic building and not just here's a ridiculous amount of machines. My playthrough style is definitely here's a ridiculous amount of machines. Okay. I have decided I need all of the machines. So here you go. Take them all, you dirty girl. So we're gonna fill up this one first. For anybody not familiar with what I'm doing here with the smart splitter priority merger stuff, basically any time there's enough wire to come past this smart splitter, this priority merger stops this one and sends any extra this way, and it can go a little bit farther down the belt. Yeah, you can imagine how much of a pain it's been for me to try to keep track of all this as I'm building it. There has been a substantial amount of regret involved in building this. Not to mention the sheer amount of pain and suffering. But for some reason, that's what my chat enjoys, is my pain and suffering. It's kind of weird the diluted fuel recipe isn't affected by the cost multiplier. Is it only not affected by the cost multiplier if the cost multiplier is set to a above 1? Because I thought it affected it if you dropped the recipe multiplier below 1. How many steps am I away from starting nuclear? That's my wire. This is my reinforced iron plate. I already have my quartz crystal. And what else goes into crystal oscillators? So this is everything I need to make my crystal oscillators. I will still have to make the crystal oscillators. The crystal oscillators are one of the last steps in making uranium fuel rods. Then I have to make stators and rotors and take this group of stators and turn it into electromagnetic control rods. Those electromagnetic control rods are the last step for uranium fuel rods. Normal rate is 1 heavy oil residue to 2 fuel. Ooh, obey the panda. There should be a panda on the upper left of your screen. If you happen to see the panda, please obey the panda. The panda would very much appreciate it if you would smack that like, subscribe, and follow button. If you're over on the YouTube, smack the like and subscribe button. If you're over on the Twitch side, smack that follow button. Or be absolutely godlike and do them both. All right, mate, gotta go. Done with the dishes and house check. See you tomorrow. Yep, get some rest, bud. I will probably not be streaming tomorrow. I think I'm just gonna do Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday going forwards. That will give me a little bit more time to actually get stuff done, like content and scripting and ideas. It's amazing how absolutely nobody has voted for VTuber or PNG Tuber. Yeah, nobody wants me to be a VTuber. I get that one. I don't want to be VTuber either. This one is definitely filling up. Let's go ahead and throw this 68 in there. Have stream notifications on, so I'll tune in when you stream. Yeah, like I said, I may stream tomorrow, but I don't count on it. Because I do seriously need to work on my 1.2 changes video, and I need to sit down and really start cracking away at the tips and tricks video. Give me a second. Because the AI limiter should be going into sync. Oh, you probably don't have the mod I'm running. Yeah, AI limiters are all syncing. I run a mini sync mod. Eventually I'll get rid of that, but right now it comes in so freaking handy. Standard awesome sync is just too goddamn big. I think we can all agree on that one. The standard awesome sync is too freaking big. That one's filling up. I'm just going to grab some wire out of my storage. You know, I got a little bit of wire. I hate trying to fit the sink into my builds. Yep. I agree. That's why I run. Well, initially I installed this mod for the small awesome sink because it gives you a small fluid sink, which for me I needed to test throughput on nitrogen. And unlike oil you can literally just do you could just do the oil-based diamond recipe, and you can overclock your particle accelerator to eat 300 oil, put two of them side by side, put a sink down, dump all the diamonds down a sink, and you can test your oil throughput. As far as I know, the only way to do that with nitrogen would be to package it. There's nothing that only takes nitrogen, unless you're just packaging it. And I was way too lazy to go make that many bottles. But welcome in, Sicko! Glad to have you here. Because that one's filling up a little bit. Should be enough to run. If it goes over 75, which it just did. So we dropped to 62 after the construction. So it is definitely filling up, albeit very, very slowly. So I'm going to grab some more wire. I got plenty of it. This, I do not think will get enough overflow. So we will have to supplement this. Yeah, that's definitely not going to get 20 every 13.2 seconds. So we're going to put our supplement right here. Come down here. Grab this. Remember, this is my last belt of wire for this project. For this part of this project. Go down 2. Also have to make sure to set that priority merger. Yep, it actually took its settings this time. That's been so freaking annoying. Nudge it in below. Okay, now we can go get the last belt. Bump that in, make sure that took its settings, which it did. Let's go get the last belt. Alright, there we go. No, I just got over here before the wire did. Here it comes. Come to me, little puppies. That should be exactly enough wire to finish making stitched iron plates. Remember, should be and is are not the same word, but I'm really freaking hopeful here. Yeah, short of constantly reloading the save. That's fine. Thanks for what you did, Physics. I greatly appreciate finding those coal gems. Like I said, it's either a pipe or a floor hole issue. I really don't want to have to go through and redo all of my fuel pipe because that's 700 freaking refineries. But if I were to do that, those 3 weirdo rows, I'm just gonna move the extra onto its own row and just run one more row. And while we wait for that to fill up, I'll show you what I mean. I started running into space constraints. I seriously thought where I was building was plenty big enough I'd be able to put everything I needed to do here. I think it just boils down to the difference between map coordinates and, yeah, see, like this one's not getting enough fuel. The difference between map coordinates and debug coordinates. But the first 6 rows of these have 75 in them. The first 5 rows are all identical. This row I had to shift them that way because that big ass rock got in my way. And it continued getting in my way, which meant I had to shift it farther this way, even farther this way, and a little bit farther for the last one. So these 3 rows here, basically I run 2 pipes of 600 fuel down into a big manifold, feeding 1200 fuel into 25 refineries. Do I care about belt clipping? Yes. I have avoided every form of clipping unless it's a temporary thing like a sink. I will do belt clipping all day long in a sink because they're not staying. But like I've got, as you see, this pipe kind of runs out early because that pipe is tied to this pipe is tied to this pipe. So I needed a little bit on 3 different rows to get my 25 refineries. If I can prove that I can get 600 fuel through the pipes, I will literally just move these errant 25 refineries down to somewhere around here. All that can go away. Oh yeah, that's one of the other generators physics. This is literally an excess burn-off generator. Because this was my weapons factory. So I can get rid of everything except for the storage bins here. Because I'm not making any of this stuff. Like there's no oil left to come this way. There's no coal left to come this way. There's no sulfur left to come this way. There might be some K-Tyrium. But I'm using every drop of oil, coal, and sulfur as is. Yeah, but that one was only normal fuel. It wasn't rocket fuel. The drawback is with 1,000 hours in this playthrough so far, sometimes it gets to be a little bit of a challenge to try to keep track of where's what. That one's got excess turbo fuel. I don't know why that one's backing up on turbo fuel. This one's doing it too. That one's running fine. So I may be putting some pumps in these. I care that much. That's the problem. This is a max resource, max power playthrough. So everything is on the absolute limit. Yeah, I'm not super happy with the fuel pipes. I'll admit that. Not super thrilled with my fuel pipes. Okay, so pull this down. We might be sitting a little bit more steady on the power production now that we found those 4 errant rocket fuel generators. Actually, the turbo fuel pipes have been the biggest pain in the butt. But yeah, fuel's definitely getting up there too. Because the scary thing is, when you think about how many pipes I'm running, this is, what, 4, 5 pipes tall, except for this one row. There is 28,000 rocket fuel, or turbo fuel, or shit. They're not running 600 pipes anymore. So there's 59 pipes of turbo fuel here. And I'm running them all at 480. Just to try to keep that full pipe BS in check. Unless you're talking about like the nitrogen pipes. Those aren't that bad. Is this filling up? We'll check what the top number is and what the bottom is. So I saw 275 as a low number. Well, we're definitely filling up. Because that was like 290 something. So this one is filling. So we'll grab some more wire out of my storage. And we'll go ahead and manually fill these two. And the Shy resubscribed for 2 months. Thank you, thank you. Are you getting ads? Are you getting ads over on Twitch other than the initial first ad when you come into the stream? Yep, thanks again, Physics. I greatly appreciate all your help. Okay, so that one's... Yeah, you should only be getting an ad on Twitch at the very beginning whenever you reload the stream or first come into the stream. That one I cannot turn off. Okay, this appears to be slightly filling up, maybe. But no, I appreciate you subscribing, since that's the only form of monetization I have, and that's how we're going to pay for new games. That's literally how I bought all the Final Fantasy VII games, was Twitch payouts. I want to use the fluid truck. The problem is I don't have any fuel for it. I have nothing I can use to fuel the new fluid truck. It does seem decent. I can't use it. Okay, so I'd definitely say this is gaining a little bit, which is kind of weird. It shouldn't be gaining anything, but it can gain some for now, because that's all the wire I needed for those two processes. That's all the wire I need for crystal oscillators. So now I can take all those reinforced plates, all those cables, and the extra quartz crystal I have around upstairs, and build my crystal oscillators. Where I'm going to put them, I don't know, because I need 62 manufacturers just to make crystal oscillators. No, so instead of using the new fluid trucks, I just I piped everything. That is every drop of nitrogen on the map. That is every drop of oil on the map. Bear in mind, this is a default 1.1 map, so no randomized node placements, no randomized node purities, no all pures, resource rich, any of that stuff. And that is every single beltable resource possible on the map, running maximum overclocked Mark III miners. And all the oil and nitrogen is fully overclocked. Those pumps you see there are literally just, they're basically one-way valves. They're not powered. You can see the red light. They're just a set direction. I was having a lot of trouble with that nitrogen pipe. Ha! I already explained it before you said anything, Shy. Because as we all know, you don't need pumps on a nitrogen pipe. But what I have found, and obviously anybody who knows better correct me, a pump does not give you the weird flow issue. An unpowered pump will give you basically a check valve, a one-way valve, without the weird issues of a valve. Because I had so many freaking issues just putting a valve on and leaving that bitch 100% open. It will screw with my flow rate every single time. I don't know why, but it does. I want to see something here. Can I fit? Oh, good God, yeah. Look at all that. Look at all that space. I mean, hell, even if I put a merger, like right here, smack a manufacturer in front of it, put it as close as you possibly can, I got loads of room there. All right, loads might be a slight exaggeration. I got a fair amount of room there. Remember, a manufacturer is 2 1/4 foundations. If I can get all my quartz crystal, all this cable, and all that reinforced iron plate down a crystal oscillator series, I don't think I need a whole lot of crystal oscillators. I need 153 at this space. And actually, that's the end of my crystal oscillators. $62 plus 41. And anybody want to do the math on 61 plus 40? It's 103. 103 divided by 2. I'll also do 104 divided by 2 is 52. 52 times 1.115 is 57. 58. That's not going to fit. No. We got 32. But I was going to use this space right here for sulfur. But I do have a fair amount of space here. Got a pretty big area right here. Do you think I could get 62 manufacturers in here? I'm really big on the idea of utilizing every bit of space I can. 9 and 7. Oh shit, that's a lot. Well, I don't have to do a test run. That's the nice thing. I know how big a manufacturer is. I could get the 9 easily. So this is 32 tiles long. divided by 2.25. I can get 14 machines. But I would need 5 rows of those. That's the part that hurts. I don't... Okay. So that is definitely 3/4 of a foundation. So that it's 1, 2, 3, and 3/4. Divided by 3.375. That gives me 5. I could make it work. I'd have to come all the way out to here. It'd be a giant freaking block of manufacturers. Or something I was talking about previously. I vaguely discussed this. I have this large open area here. Most of those water extractors can shift this way. But not, I don't think all of them. This one here becomes kind of an issue. This pair becomes an issue. The problem with that is I have to redo a lot of my belt work. I'm sure, as you see, there's belts in my way. The main belts are these. Basically, I'd be bringing this down a row, which means I got to bring this quartz crystal down another row. Okay, it's a lot of work. Though, I am seeing something else. I can't go super far that way. But I do have a chunk of room here. This is kind of one of the big problems, is trying to figure out where in the world I'm going to cram things. I was never planning on using this area, but I also wasn't really planning on this being as large as it is. That in and of itself is a massive oversight on my part. All right, how big is this area? Because we know a manufacturer is 2.25 wide and 3.75. It's 2.25 by 3.75. Go ahead and give myself a little bit more room here. The Satisfactory needs a mod like Factorio bigger on the inside buildings you can build inside of. Yeah, I abused that a little bit in Auction Not Included. We're not even going to talk about all the space I have over there. I do need to leave a beltway. I need to leave room for a beltway because remember how much uranium waste I'm going to have. What's going on, Egyptian? Yeah, I'm going to run this pretty much this way. A long time no see. Weren't you just in a couple days ago? Okay, so I got 34. By 16. That gives me 15 wide. That's 15 machines wide. By 16. 16 divided by 3.75. I got room for 4 rows. That would almost work. I'd need to find somewhere to put 2, which could probably just go right here. Now, bear in mind, that is insanely tight. And I cannot go any farther this way because I start running into the floor, into the ground. Not to mention, I have to get my quartz crystal, my cable, and my reinforced iron plates over here. The biggest problem is literally the distance. What the fuck? Give me a second. What all did I miss? We started working on nuclear. Hold on, hold on, hold the phone, hold the phone. Do you see what I see? Look at all that space. Look at it. Just look at it. I think I found a great big hole. Damn it, Drac, I ran out of concrete again. When was the last time I ran out of concrete? So far in nuclear, I have completed all of my steel pipes, my iron plates, my steel beams, all the wire I need, all the AI limiters I need. Oh yeah, just look at all that space. So goddamn sexy. All the wire, all the reinforced iron plates, and I just wrapped up reinforced iron plates, but I also did the cable. Now I'm trying to find a home for my crystal oscillators. You're still having trouble with your trains, man? Now, again, the problem is I have to get the quartz crystals, reinforced iron plates, and cables over there. But let's go measure that area because I'm pretty sure it's going to fit. Flying fire puffs! We're flying fire puffs! I love flying fire puffs! It is firebug season for me. Lightning bugs. Around here, we call them lightning bugs. Ah, my keyboard. Stop it. Stop. I'm not touching my keyboard, by the way. How long is this lovely little spot I just found? It is the magic number of 42 wide. Actually, you know what? It is not 42 wide. It is 46 wide. If I need to, I will run all the way up to the red carpet. Moving to a new apartment in 2 days? Awesome. Ooh, actually, I got a whole nother row of foundations I can put here. So, 46 foundations long. 46 divided by 2 1/4. by 13. So 46 divided by 2.25 is 20. Uh, 14.7 mil dam net, I guess, is like 1,000 reactors. No. I'm only going to make 307 reactors. But welcome in, Legal. Yeah, but Shy, you also have to remember, I've got my boost. So I can do 20 machines down. So in that case, I would need 3 rows plus 2. And I done forgot how many are this way. 13. 13 divided by 3.75. I got room for 3 rows. Shit. Yeah, a fully overclocked nuclear reactor is 6,250. I already have 8.7 terawatts. And I haven't even touched nuclear yet. But, just case in point, all of that, that's all but one, are full pipes of rocket fuel. And they feed into these monstrosities. Get a little closer. Huh. Bleeding a little bit of power. Now, I'm only going to have about 2 terawatts from nuclear. So the drawback is, as happy as I am with this area, okay. I see. Ooh. Yeah, we can make it work. We can make it work. Because that in and of itself is enough for the 2 extra ones I need. So, now I just got to figure out how I'm going to get the reinforced iron plates, quartz crystal, and cable over here. Yeah, I am so freaking thrilled with how my Tower of Power came out looking. I think they look absolutely amazing. I am so glad I had the help I did to actually get that designed. I have, when everything runs correctly, 2.8 million megawatts from the rocket fuel. I have an additional 40 gigawatts, 40,000 megawatts, roughly, from the coal power. And I will have an additional, I'll give you the exact number on my nuclear. I will have 1.915 or 1,915,500 power from the uranium. And then I will sink the plutonium. I don't see any really clean way to get this through here. Because I got 2 belts of cable, 1 of reinforced iron plates, so that's 3 belts right there. Plus however much quartz crystal I need. Which is 3 belts. So I need 6 belts of supplies. Is it doable to use plutonium and sink Pixonium? No. Pixonium requires too much resources. Plain and simple, you consume too many resources trying to make Pixonium. I actually wanted to extrapolate from my nuclear plant. I was thinking net power is subtracting whatever, all making it feel. Grand total at the end of this playthrough, I should have about 13 to 13 and a half terawatts net. But the only things I'll have left after all of that will be some copper, some iron, and some limestone. A lot of limestone. Hell of a lot of iron. These are running, 6 belts. 6 belts. Run them down here, run them up, and run them, or just leave them on at the too high and run them down this way. Is anything lower than 2? Shit. Yes, right here. So I have to drop them to 3 low here. Which isn't that bad. This is 3 low right here. But the only place I can come through is here. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 6 belts right there. So if I drop this belt 1 more notch, I can literally come straight through here, underneath of all that coal, and feed into this area. We're talking some majorly long belts here, but I mean, I've ran some pretty long belts as is, so long belts don't scare me. I'm the belt running champion of the world. Now I'm gonna sleep. Love you guys. See you later. I appreciate you stopping in, Alex. I really do. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you next time. Which probably won't be till Tuesday next week at noon my time. And if I remember right, you're European. But I can't remember where in Europe. So this is my cable right here. That just goes up and attaches to the bottom of this bullshit. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got room for 6. I could easily turn around all these mergers and have them point this way and go up. Then I just need to go collect my quartz crystal. Which I don't even know where the hell that is. Let's go upstairs. No, not that. No. Not here. Concrete. I have no problem with you being Russian, dude. So you're what? It's what? 1 a.m. 1 to 3 a.m. for you? This is all my quartz crystal right here. This right here is my quartz crystal. What is below here? Other than quartz crystal belts. Oh shit! You gotta be shitting me! That's my platform! That's my quartz crystal! Platform? Quartz crystal! Yay! Okay, so it's almost midnight. Yeah, get some rest, bud. Like I said, we'll see you when we see you. Ow. Because it's 1630 here. That makes me happy. That makes me really, really, really happy. Because that means I don't need to bring 6 freaking belts. I just have to bring 3 from here. To right here. That's it. That's not that bad. And hell, actually, the funny thing is, the 2 extra ones I need, I mean, technically speaking, I could just shimmy these to the left a little bit. Because all I got is this 1 and then these 2. They just have to shimmy to the left. And I would actually be directly on the lineup with this. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay, let's go start running belts. I don't know about you guys, but that makes me really, really happy. So I only need to run 3 really long belts. That's not that bad. I can squeeze 3 belts between... I'm pretty sure I can get 3 belts between 2 constructors. One, 2, 3. Yes. 3 fits perfectly between 2 constructors. Like I said, that makes me extremely happy. Do have a little bit of... we're actually backing up on wire, which doesn't make any sense. Unless I have a machine here that's not actually getting enough wire. Yep, I got a yellow light at the very, 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 very end. Why are you a yellow light? You're not getting enough iron plates. Why are you not getting enough iron plates? How are you not getting enough iron plates? Oh, I never dropped the second belt of iron plates. Shit. Oops. There's a second belt of iron plates that's never been dropped. And yeah, it's what, 1277, 1227? It's not a whole lot. The drawback is, how the hell do I get it in there? You're running at 100%. So it just needs to come into this one. There we go. We'll just bring it in from the back. Iron plate belt is this one, so it's 2 notches. It's 1 notch down from the ceiling. From here, 1, 2. I don't care what it says. That ain't clipping. There we go. That is filled up. And we already have this set to overflow, so I can send that to the nitric acid. So that's done. We're good. Those two can now run at 100%. We should get rid of the backlog on wire. I'm going to get rid of the backlog on wire the old-fashioned easy way. We're just going to put a little mini sink here at the end of the line. Split off this. Grab a belt. Hook from this to that. And that way, any extra wire we have can just go down the drain. I love that. I really do like that little mini sink. It's so cute and adorable. Okay, that should let me bleed everything out. Okay, we definitely have gaps there. So we really shouldn't have any coming down this way. Right now we do. But the system is still settling a little bit. Because obviously, we had that backlog of wire, and therefore, some of the machines weren't running at 100% efficiency. These last two machines should run basically perfectly. There shouldn't be anything coming down this belt. However, now that I've rethought out, replanned, rejiggered my idea here, we're going to take this mini lift, or this mini sink, and we're going to put it here. Because I'm going to go through and I'm going to actually get rid of Ow. Every one of these mergers, we're going to turn them around. Why are you still there? I said go away. Do 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 do. I do 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 do. It's actually kind of nice how many compliments I've been getting on this build. Because, like, early on, it was just, you're going to do what now? Now, as more and more things start coming online and things are working, short of, you know, the turbo fuel that wants to piss me off. People are realizing that not only am I like insane for claiming I can do this, I'm insane because I'm actually going to do it. Bear in mind, I don't have a choice but to get that oil running right. Because I'm going to need that rubber for the heat sinks to do the plutonium. Okay. Now that I can all dump. The reason for this dump is because I'm going to literally take this belt, and that belt. Bring them up here. And then run them over to the manufacturing reverse. So let's get jiggy with it. One thing I really don't like. Because even though that's snapped on there, they're not actually snapped on there. Now when I put these on, I should be able to put a little mini belt and actually use the full length of the belt. Autosave! Shit. Well, that should be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine, young sir. You young whippersnapper, you. Goddamn kids, get off my lawn! My platform's not for another while, so. But it is doing that weird bullshit. Trying to. For anybody kind of curious as to why I'm doing this the way I am, I don't see a point in taking these up to one conveyor high just to drop them right back down to 2. So I'm gonna go and leave it at this height and just run. And I'm only running one belt at the moment solely because that's all I want to run. I'll probably come up to the first floor around here. The drawback is I got this shit. Ugh. Why are you on the second height? Oh, because you have to come under that. Just what I said I didn't want to do, I'm about to have to do. Do 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 do. Okay. Trying to make an executive decision here. This has to be like this because I literally I move the belts. So like the left belt becomes the right belt becomes the left belt. So this kind of has to stay the way it is. Biggest problem is I got this coal here. Yes, AI limiters are done. Wire is done. Reinforced iron plates are done. Cable is done. I'm currently working belts to a nice little hidden spot that I found that seems to be perfect for my crystal oscillators. I'm just running into a small, it's not even a snafu per se. I don't really want to drop them down to the 3rd level, even though I might have to. Might be the easiest play here is just drop them down to 3rd level, come under this, come back up to the 2nd level, go around, come up to the 1st level, and come through here. Because this is my platform for my crystal oscillators. Yeah, as much as I don't want to do it, that's going to be the play. Yep, that's my idea right there. It's the idea in a nutshell. Like I said, not super happy with it, not super proud of it, but sometimes you just have to do what you have to do in order to make things do what they need to do. I think that almost made sense. Maybe a little bit. Like I said, I'm going to put 62 manufacturers right here. And I want to check something real quick. I want to see if I can shave that number. Considering they're running at 247% clock speed, yeah, they're not getting shaved. All right, let's go get the other 2 belts, get them ran, and then we'll start putting down manufacturers, figure out how I'm going to do the actual input belts. I really don't want to do 62 manufacturers by hand, but I might not have a lot of choice. Sometimes it's actually a little easier to do them by hand. That way you can adjust how the splitters and mergers are coming in. It's a pain in the butt. It takes forever. But it gives you so much more freedom. And sometimes that in and of itself is worth the pain. Remember, as a great poet once said, freedom ain't free. It costs $1.05. Somebody gets the movie reference. I know Johnny would. Oh my god, this guy is so fucking annoying. Oh, friggin' buyers. I make a series of products, and He bought a product, swore up and down they ordered the right product, but it did not fit his needs. After he returned the original products, he finally figured out that no, he had the next size up in products, and thus needed the next size up in my products. And it's just like, dude, how hard is it to tell what size you have? I'm trying to be purposely vague here. Okay, so now we gotta start putting down manufacturers. And I want to do this pretty tight. I need to figure out where this needs to be, because I don't have a whole hell of a lot of room. I guess this area is just barely big enough for this to work. Okay, let's set this to the right recipe, which is just the default crystal oscillator, because I don't have the rubber to make those. So these are overclocked to 247. Point. There's always a point with me. There's always a decimal. 1613. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Definitely not enough room for 21. But I can get 20 on there. If I need to, I can scooch this back a little bit easily. Wait, why are you yellow? Oh, back up on iron plates. Why are we backing up on? Oh, yeah, yep. I know why we're backing up on iron plates. I need to go put a sink in for that. Some of the iron plates that I am making are not for reinforced iron plates, they're for nitric acid. And thus, since I'm not making said nitric acid yet, because I haven't made the nitrogen for said nitric acid, there's a little bit of backlog. So we'll just dump the extra. Do 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 do. far as I'm concerned, everything is coming from this direction. Because, like I said, there's the cable, there's the reinforced iron plates, and somewhere in all this maze of bullshit, yeah, right there. Right there. There. There'll be my quartz crystals. So I do need to turn those. Probably can't turn them around. We'll just have to do some wiggle, wiggle, wiggle like that. Sometimes you just need a little wiggle, 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 wiggle. Okay. Switch that over to curve mode, and I can drop a lot. I can drop it a lot closer, a little tighter. Okay. I think for right now I'm going to merge them all that way. That gives me enough space. Put a lift here and drop another manufacturer in the right spot. Need to grab some more power shards because I'm almost out. But I mean, it's not like I'm sweating for power shards. Okay, so that's my 20. Oh, I made a lot of power shards. I made over 30 bins of synthetic power shards. They only finally stopped being made when I started consuming all the quartz on the map. If you really want to get rid of power shards, use them to make ionized fuel. Package it, and you can sink the packaged ionized fuel. As far as I know, or you can turn them into alien power augmenters. I think that's what Kibitz is doing. Get rid of his excess. Yeah, it's because until they put synthetic power shards in the game, they were a finite resource, and you can't sink any finite resource. So like Sommer Sloops, Mercer Spheres, Power Slugs, Power Shards, Basically, it was anything that you couldn't make more of. Will I? Will I? Come on, you know me well enough to know that I planned this ahead. I knew the sheer volume of space this was going to take. And it's going to be kind of fun to get the belt over here, so I'm going to actually move this over substantially. We're going to start from over here. That way I've got a little bit more room to get the belt. The 3 belts over here. Yes, I calculated this out perfectly. Okay. So I do not want to run one of these splitters on the ground like this. Heading off. Okay, thanks, Try. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to go to the 3rd one and put it up to a full-size lift. Because I only have 1 belt of reinforced iron plates, my thought is to run either put a smart splitter here and feed down to each group. Yeah, but I still appreciate you hanging out. Shit, no. I want this on the 4th level, because I don't want one on the ground. Yeah, I'm either going to do that or I'm going to thread them. The problem is if I thread them, A, that splitter's facing the wrong goddamn direction. Problem is if I thread them, this row's facing the wrong direction. It's on the 3rd input. Not a problem. But yeah, go get some rest, bud. We'll see you next time. This is such a pain in the ass to do. And I know I could go make a blueprint. And by the time I'm done with this, I'll probably want to make a blueprint. But my problem is, for this row, I know exactly which direction everything's coming. The next row, I'm not sure on, because that having 2 belts of cable for 3 and a partial rows of manufacturers kind of throws me. So I'm just going to do this one row at a time. And just do it the old-fashioned manual way. Which sucks, but at least I know it'll be done right. Or as right as anything's ever going to get done when I do it. Shit, none of those are in the right spot. The nice thing is when I start doing the next input, I could literally just use this one to space off of. Okay. Yes, these are all Mark 1 machines because they only need to be Mark 1 lifts. This is kind of sort of a cheap ghetto kind of just a generic load balancer. Kind of. Nice thing is I do know for a fact that belt there is my reinforced iron plates, and I think I still ended up putting this in the wrong spot. Yes. Where I had it initially was actually the right spot. Sometimes you just have to trust your instinct. Okay, let's go ahead and get this next one in place. Need to come up 8 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, 6, 9. Down, we move it over here. And we snap that to that to that. And boom. I do the same thing over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Down 2. And nudge it over here until it snaps in where it's supposed to be. Grab the belt. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Sneak this one around this way in straight mode because that's how we roll in this house. In straight mode or no mode, again, manufacturers are one of those buildings. I'm not a super huge fan of daisy chaining. I kind of feel like they need to move the power connector, flip-flop the power connector and this power pole. That'd be lovely. Put the power pole over here by the chimney with a little rise up, like basically take the power pole or the power connector and the segment right below it from either from this or from the assembler. And put it off that side of that little chimney. Basically, I just want two machines that are side by side like this. When you daisy chain them, the wire doesn't just go right through the damn machine. Hell, bring the power connector down here, like it is on the quantum encoders and I think the converters. That would look nice. Okay. Everything over here should have power. Now I need to go through and get the splitters onto these other 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if it's easier for you, you can literally just stack them. Like always, do whatever's easiest for you. You don't have to nudge them the way I do. Beautiful thing about this game is we can each play our own way. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like I said, this part kind of sucks, but the next ones I do won't be as bad because I'll literally just be able to come off the bottom of them and nudge them over just a little bit. And I could do something similar to with this, just snap onto the bottom and nudge over. It's a lot more nudging that way. Normally what I would do is do the lowest one and then nudge in the next one up and nudge it, just place it on top, nudge it over. And go from there. If I can get the crystal oscillators done today, I'll be really happy, and I should be able to do it. I really don't have that much more to do. I just have, a lot of splitters to do. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I lost count, so it's a pretty normal thing around here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's one of the reasons that you hear me counting out loud so often. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And on the save. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kind of annoying when you're in just the right spot that lock-on beam isn't all that visible. Okay. Now I can go through and put all my lifts in. Again, I am using Mark 1 lifts because the crystal oscillators don't really take a whole lot of really any resource, especially not reinforced iron plates. And that is literally what this, all these splitters and stuff are for, is just reinforced iron plates. I'm a big believer in, if I don't need a Mark 6 belt, probably not going to run a Mark 6 belt. I do from time to time, but I will use Mark 6 for this. I'm kind of too lazy to go into the machines and figure out how many reinforced iron plates 20 of these machines will eat. So we'll just go big with the belt. Double check that all those belts are actually hooked up all the way down, all the way over, all the way across. Yeah, that one is. I would just rather not have any rude surprises like, hey, you're missing a belt. And the worst thing is, now that I think about it, with the fact I'm putting these up as high as I am, I could have put these closer because I could have literally just done the mergers on the ground and the rows of splitters above that. Oh well, too late now. I'm not moving all this. I don't really think many of you guys would blame me on that one. Or blame me for not wanting to go through and redo a bunch of this. But yeah, each of these is only going to take 6.179 reinforced iron plates per minute. So they definitely don't need anything fancier than a Mark 1 lift. Anything above that's just kind of overkill. These are smart splitters, so I do need to set them correctly. Probably fill the first row. And again, yes, this is a modded sink. I'm using it solely because the full-size sink is too damn big. Alright, let's go get the reinforced iron belts. Or plates, or whatever the hell they're called. The sink there is literally a setup so that once all those manufacturers are full, we can put the excess down the sink. Okay. And it is going to distribute evenly that way and this way. So once these first two rows fill up, then they'll start sending that way. We'll be doing a very similar build on the next row. And like I said, I could just come out underneath of these and nudge them into place. I'm a lot more of a fan of starting with the first one and just going up two. Because then I can just do that. Saves me a little bit of nudging. We're going to go in and put the row that's going to be quartz crystal. And we'll come back and get the one per cable. And then we'll go through and get all the mergers set up and probably just put them into a sink for right now. I used to always make the joke back when I played Ark, I would have a lot of people asking me what it takes to be a streamer. And funny thing was, back then I didn't have like all that many viewers. Definitely picked up a lot more playing Satisfactory than I ever had playing Ark. But like it seems like almost everyone who plays Ark anymore wants to be a content creator. But people would ask me, you know, if I had any tips for like a new streamer. And it's like, first and foremost, get really good and comfortable at talking to yourself. Really comfortable explaining what you're doing as you're doing it. There's going to be times that your chat's going to be quiet. Don't get upset about the fact your chat's quiet, because it's going to happen. And hell, to a point, it's actually kind of good when your chat's quiet, because I'd rather have a quiet chat than a chat that's flying by so damn fast I can't keep up. One more row of these two. Oh, and those two. I don't know why. I find this stuff like this to be really, really relaxing. Okay. I know for a fact I don't have to worry about running out of resources. I can just build. When I'm doing this with blueprints, normally I'm throwing them down so fast that my dimensional storage can't keep up. It becomes a little more stressful when you have to constantly sit there and stop and wait for storage to keep up, or to fill back up so you can build the next blueprint over and over and over. Really tempted to rebind my lock hologram, but I know if I do, I'll struggle with remembering what the key is. I'll keep going back to H. Problem is, I'm having to move all over my keyboard. Because WASD for movement, H for locking, and then over to the directional buttons for nudging. Kind of a bit annoying. These ones get turned the other way. Bump. Now the drawback is I have 2 belts of cable to come in. I have 3 belts of quartz crystals. The smart splitters are definitely going to be getting used. Probably going to put some priority mergers in here too. Get all these put in, then we'll put the lifts in. And I may decide just to go balls out and put Mark 6 lifts on all of this. Because then I don't have to worry about, oh my god, my belt's not fast enough. But it is what it is. But like always, we'll get through it. Slowly, but surely. It'd be nice to get done with nuclear, because then I'm going to go back through and try to... Or get done with the uranium fuel rods, and then I'm going to go back through and try to iron out the rocket fuel. Actually, nothing takes more than a Mark 1, so nope, it's just all going to go Mark 1. I'll bring back our old friend, the mini lift, because I love the mini lift. Love it. Looks like we got a row full of reinforced iron plates, so. Now remember, like I said, it's going to fill up the first 2 rows of reinforced iron plates before it starts filling up the third and that little sub row. I am trying to make sure I hook from the machine to the splitter each time, just for uniformity's sakes. Since I'm running a little closer to the lifts than what I could be, the accordion side is on one side, and then there's nothing on the other because the accordion's into the splitter. We haven't filled up the second and third rows yet, or the third and addendum row, the third and the partial, whatever you want to call it. There's two little machines over or to their side because I need just a little bit more. Do. Okay. Now we gotta put the belts in between all this shit. And grab this, bring it around to here. Bring it around here. Go ahead and hook this up. And we'll just get all this buttoned up, then we'll come in and we'll get the last row. And then we'll get the merger set up. I have kind of a funky way I'm gonna do the merger. The output line. Does you remember right? I've only got like 175 of the crystal oscillators or something. Somewhere around there. It's not a whole lot. It's kind of my entire intention is to use up as much of the space that I have down here, to turn as many belts into as few belts as I can. Okay, so that's what I'm calling that's the cable run. kind of tempted to put a 3-to-3 belt balancer on the quartz crystal, and maybe a 2-to-2 on the cable. I don't normally run belt balancers. But I might need one for this contraption. Well, needs kind of a strong word. I'm kind of thinking if I slightly tweak a standard belt balancer using priority mergers and smart splitters, I can make sure that each belt's getting exactly what it needs and not have to do a bunch of priority merger shit down here. That's done. But I don't know. Nearly done with the splitters. Makes me happy. It looks like the whole system is full on reinforced iron plates, and since they all have power, let's go ahead and get the mergers set up. Okay, and this is the first row. We're going to send these this way. Go ahead and get them all belted in, and then we'll bring the belt around, the belt down through the. All right, hold on. Alright. Let's go get the next row done, and I'm going to start from this side. Solely because I'm going to be coming back this way with... I'm going to be coming back this way with the belts. Right there. I don't want to be up there. That one in the wrong spot, but yeah. It only takes a couple seconds to fix it. Go ahead and get these belts all done. Hate when I think I'm in the right spot, so I click and then come to find out that I overflew just a little bit, or I clicked a little too early and it went over to the side one. So just get good at this, Drew. Okay. You all notice I have turned this row around. They're now facing the opposite direction. Because it's very, I'm definitely not making the uranium fuel rods over here. That's just not going to happen. They're going to go on a belt, and they're going to go on a very large adventure. I also realized I put those a little bit farther away than I did the other rows. Oh well, I got space. It doesn't matter. I got enough space to make them out a little farther, but I don't really have enough space to... There's not space to build anything here. We'll put a sink at the end of this, so when I start bringing the other products down here, I have that to sink into. Shiza. Oh well. And of course, I put the lift on backwards. Okay, so we can at least get one of the belts of cables into this. And we'll try to figure out where the hell we're going to put the second belt. Now just bear in mind, the first belt has a lower total volume. Like, there's less cables on that belt than there is on the third belt. We're going to go ahead and get the third belt in there as well. I'm very, very curious why that belt's not. I need to go check, see why this is not working. Oh. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, that would explain it. That would explain it. Okay, now once that can go everywhere it can go, okay, so I need to get says it's clipping, but I don't see no clipping, so it ain't clipping. Oh my god, I want to go take a shovel to my neighbor's freaking car. Oh, actually, from what I hear, I might not need to. Because it doesn't appear that, it doesn't sound like his vehicle has a rev limiter on it, so pretty sure the problem's going to sort itself out. You know, it's always the best way for a problem to be dealt with, for it to sort itself out. I'm really hoping to hear boom here soon, because he's just sitting there laying on the throttle. So each one of these is going to take 48.6 seconds. Okay, I do not want this set this way. I want it set this way. I want it to send everything it can down this first belt. Only then send anything anywhere else. Okay. Gets that cleared out pretty nicely. Yeah, screw it. We're going to upgrade these all to Mark 6s just so I can fill those belts. I can try to fill the machines a little faster. Might as well go ahead and do that on the other rows as well. No, it's 6 o'clock. Casper's home. It means I got about an hour to finish this. Just got those 2 little spare ones. No, I call them spare ones, but they're not actually spare. Okay, so we're getting some... Or that's cable. That's not a very good belt of quartz crystal. So that kind of sucks. Might not be running that belt there. So that's my leftover belt of quartz crystal. I'm not super happy about that. God damn stupid lift bullshit. Damn it. That one up, turn this one down. I'm trying to think of a way to get another belt onto that, because that belt there is obviously not good enough for this. Down onto this, out a little ways. It says it's clipping, but I don't see any. So like normal, if I don't see any clipping, then it ain't clipping. But like I said, the drawback is I need to find some way. Maybe. overflow that way, and anything this way. The nice thing is, even if I send way too much that way, even if I set this to overflow this way and anything that way, all that's going to do is fill that first row up, and once anything that row can't take, the smart splitter will send back this way. So we only have 45 per row. 45 times 20 is 900. So a 1200 belt's definitely going to fill this row. Basically, the smart splitter into the priority merger, the way I set it up, is basically a belt compressor. Is it kind of a pathetic belt compressor? Yes. Will it work as a belt compressor? Yes. Does it look great? No. Do I care? No. Not at all. I am a huge proponent in, like, as I say all the time, I'm a huge believer in, as long as it works, I don't care. That is my one and only priority. Make it work. Set that to nothing and this to overflow, so we can actually try to fill this first row up. That's my current priority. Get this first row filled up and let it run. Let this first row run at 100%, and I'll be kind of happy. this way some, and we'll bring it down. Okay, let's go ahead and get my third belt down here. It's 900 plus. We need about 1,000 total. Oh. Shit. I ran out of power shards at some point in time. Definitely don't have any in these. Let's go get the rest of the cables. Annoying kids. Yeah. Well, our kids were freaking noisy as shit when they were little, so I'm not going to really complain about noisy kids. Okay, so the last of the cables are going. So I got one belt of quartz crystal to send down that way. Take a little ride on this conveyor belt. Because it's faster than flying around with a hover pack. Yes, it kind of helps if I actually hook up the belt to the smart splitter. So the first row is completely full. Now we're trying to fill up the second row. Seems to be struggling a little bit on quartz crystal. It's kind of sad because, you know, I got two belts feeding into that, but this might be playing a part of that. Let's get rid of that. Try flipping these around. Get this row filled up, and then we'll see if the 300 or so extra is enough to fill that other row. Not 100% sure. I'm holding my breath on that one. that first belt going into this first row, I know is not a full belt. Unfortunately, I have no idea how much is on that belt. But I do know that's all the quartz crystals left. There is no more. That sure the hell does not look like no 600. Which it probably wouldn't be. You're a smart splitter. What kind of a stupid ass idea? You know, kind of par for the course around here. I don't want the damn power wire. Yay, 90 stream streak. Way to go, Casper. Okay. I need to move this smart splitter. And a stupid little beltway that's beside it. Put a little belty belt there. Ugh. Why was we don't pay attention to what you're doing? What's going on, Lynn? Here. I did make sure to specify this was a dumb idea. Set anything that way, overflow that way. Reason being is I'm going to use this priority merger. I'll use the other side on this priority merger. It doesn't really need to be a priority merger, it just needs to be a merger. But yeah. Alrighty, very similar thing here. And honestly, I just like priority mergers. Why are you fully backed up? You should not be fully backed. Why? 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 Why are we fully backed up on some cables? Oh, yeah. Like I said, at some point in time, I ran out of, first and foremost, I'm not getting quartz crystals into this last row, so need to get that addressed real quick. Because I can't burn all the quartz crystals unless I can't burn all the cable unless I'm burning unless I've got all the machines fired up to burn, words. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Can't use all the cable unless all the machines are actually running. If all the machines aren't running, then I ain't getting squat. Feed me! Feed me, Seymour. Feed me. And go from there to there. Set this up to overflow this direction. And anything else that direction. Even though I just realized that ain't gonna help for shit. Nope, that's not gonna help. Because it needs to be down here. I need to be feeding more in here. And that is the clinical definition of the word cluster. There's splitter. This would actually be a lot easier if I just switched the way my belts are running. I know this belt over here to the right is my weaker belt. It has less on it, so I want to feed it into the last machine. Stupid autosaves. I want to feed the two best belts into the first two rows. I think that almost makes sense. Maybe, maybe not. We're just going to drop this one down to the 4th level. And we're going to smack it in that last one. And hope and pray that's enough to actually get these 2 rows to fill up. I do need to put a bypass on this 2nd row. Which is the entire reason there's a smart splitter there. It shouldn't be smart splitting into... Yeah, it should be... Shouldn't be needing this at all anymore. We'll set overflow on this direction, nothing on that direction, even though it doesn't even matter what that one's set to, because, yeah. Should have, okay, that is set correctly. So when the first belt can fill up this row, because it should be able to fill up this row, anything extra will go to the second row. If there's too much with the second belt and the overflow from the first row, it will bypass and feed to the third row, along with all the trash from that crappy belt. Providing that belt actually has enough on it to fill this damn thing. Don't tell me that belt's not a freaking good belt. I should only be sending 900 down that road. At least at the moment, that's a 1200 belt. Stupid wall of coal. It looks like it's full. Second row looks good. Now we're going to put another priority junction. You know what? We're going to put it over here. That way, overflow this way. That way, if for any reason there is a crap ton coming that way, like now, anything that comes down this can just go over there. Looking very carefully to make sure all these actually have overclocks. That one does not. So this one probably does not. Like I said, I literally ran out of power shards. On my person. I definitely did not run out of power shards. I'm willing to say that's filling up, so we're just add a little bit more. And the biggest drawback is I don't have smart splitters on all these systems, so a little harder to tell if I run out. Because right now I'm operating under the behest of a normal splitter, which I'm not a big fan of. Now we got a whole lot of lurkers today. Yay, all the lurkers. I love lurkers. You guys are awesome. I know lurker is kind of a bad word anymore, but I love lurkers. The way I look at lurkers is you guys are enjoying the content enough that you can, or it's chill enough that you can just basically have it on in the background and just kind of vibe. Kind of a good thing to me. Now the big drawback is I gotta let this whole system fill up. Until it reaches maximum capacity. It's gonna be kind of hard to tell if I actually have all my quartz crystals or not. I really, hope I do, because like I said, there's no more. What you see is what I got. Unless I go try to find some. What might I have to do? AKA, I might have a partial belt. Awesome work on your factory so far. Thank you very much there, Fluffy. The scary thing is, really want to show off the factory. I got to come out here. What you're seeing is the subterranean network. We gotta go up. Everybody loves some uppies. Except for Casper. She hates uppies. She's scared of heights. $4,680 fuel gens. Powered by that monstrosity. This is a max resource, max power playthrough. So I have every speckle of resources on the map. Hands down, the most amazing build I've seen in the game. I appreciate the hell out of that, man. I don't really consider this to be all that amazing. It's just, this is what 1,000 hours in the game does. And I don't mean 1,000 hours total playing the game. I mean, this is literally over 1,000 hours on this save. I have purposely gone out of my way not to make it very aesthetic. Because I'll worry about that when I know how bad my PC is going to take the hit when everything's running. Still not getting all the quartz crystal. So I'm sitting there. I'm starting to think that, maybe we're lacking on quartz crystal somewhere. What I'm currently doing, this is all of this that you see, all of these manufacturing mirrors is, I think it's like 170 some, 153.24 crystal oscillators. And this is only, this belt. This belt right here. This is only for uranium fuel rods. It's the only thing they're for. If I can get it running correctly. That's a big ass hit. So those are full. I guess there's a little bit there. The nice thing is I am getting closer and closer every day to firing up my 307 nuclear reactors that I haven't even built yet because I'm lazy. But no, I hit the item limit a while ago, and I had to pump up. I had to inflate the item limit. I think at the moment I'm somewhere around like 850,000 items. The scary thing is, oh, I'm down a little bit on power. This is you're over on Twitch, you can't see thumbnails. Because currently my thumbnail is literally my power graph over on YouTube. It should be around 8.7, 8.75. So we're down another 100,000 megawatts. So I gotta figure out why we're bleeding power. Are you starting to fill up now? Are you gonna be a good little manufacturer? Or do I have to go chase down more quartz crystal? I mean, on the positive side, it wouldn't be that hard to find if I have any more. Because right now I'm eating every single speck. Why are you not running? Production paused. Oh. I guess I never unpaused that one. Well, there's 166 megawatts because, you know, I'm really worried about that. Yeah, my PC handles it pretty well up until auto saves. And then I can count to 10. But I have a pretty nasty PC. Okay, so are any of you running yellow? Do I have any yellow in my pink refineries? I'm pretty sure if you've got yellow in your pink, you should probably see a doctor. That's a damn good point, Casper. You should see a doctor if you have yellow in your pink, but you should definitely see a doctor if you have pink in your yellow. That is true. Yes, that's definitely not. That's either not consuming it all or something. We got a backlog here. Let me clear these out. Are you Mark 2s or Mark 3s? You're Mark 3s. You definitely have the oomph to handle that output. Maybe it was just backlog that hadn't emptied out yet. Doesn't really seem like it though. That's definitely backing up again. So where does this belt go? Why are you not taking all of it? That belt's definitely backing up. It looked like it was backing up. Of course, I say something about it backing up, and now it doesn't want to fucking back up. Screw you, you stupid belt! How am I supposed to diagnose your issues if you won't let me diagnose your freaking issues? Be a good belt. Yep, see, now it stopped. It listened. How many water thingies? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Not as many as I'm gonna have. I could say that one with pride and sorrow. Not as many as I'm going to have. I think it's more sorrow than pride. Okay, where do you even go? Oh. You're to the other crusted oscillator thingamabobbers. We're not backing up on those, are we? Nope. Actually bleeding a little bit of power matrices, but that doesn't surprise me. I haven't checked these in a couple days, and I've literally only dropped like 30, so that's not that bad. There's some weird math involved with the alien power matrices, like oh, I only eat 5 per minute. It's not true. I'm making 35.004 every single minute. Everything's running at 100% uptime. And for some reason, I'm bleeding them slowly. Okay, so this belt's not running true. I want to get a smart splitter on there and send whatever excess is on there onto... Shit, that's going to be easy as hell. That's not even going to be an inconvenience. That might be a bit of an inconvenience. That's going to be a little bit of an inconvenience. Never mind. Got it. Gotta go fast. Pull out your inner Sonic the Hedgehog and gotta go fast! Okay. Boop, boop, boop. How about overflow that way? Anything else that way? And boop. And boop. And you can hook up to you. You're already hooked up to you. I just need to fix the belts down here real quick. Take but a jiffy. God damn it. Give me a second, I'll check chat. I see there's a message, but I'm trying to get this done kind of expediently. That looks like shit, but it works. And that's what matters. I never got the stage where I can make the stuff you can feed those power amplifier things. Yeah, that's very, very late game. Okay. What the fuck is all this shit? Looks like I need to put another smart splitter down. Maybe. And honestly, the alien power matrices, unless you're doing something absolutely ridiculous like I'm doing, it's not worth it. I'm only going to make about less than 5 million power total. And the other 9 comes from the boost. That belt doesn't look very good. Oh, that's my crappy belt. But now my crappy belt has extra ports on it. Alright, is there any other crappy belts that aren't behaving themselves? I'm looking for any belt coming out of a machine that has ports sitting on it. This belt's not running very well. What is this BS right here? What? There's so much bullshit involved in this. What is all this bullshit? This is supposed to come up this way. This is supposed to feed back in there. Are you not set properly? Or are you not hooked up? I'm assuming you're not actually hooked up. There's no way in hell. Let me go empty these out. We're at 130.448 times how many machines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 9. It's 1174. So it should be. Yeah, the amount of resources that goes into feeding an alien power augmenter, it's better used elsewhere. I mean, I'm making somewhere around 130 power shards per minute to feed those. Let me check my modeler file real quick. Power shards. 105. Sorry, I was a little exaggerating. Let me just purge these. I wonder if it's backfill from when I wasn't running that crappy belt. That would make sense. Because I literally just started using those 3 belts of quartz crystal. So if this one had a built-in overflow system to it, when I ran it, I knew full well that whatever it's feeding wasn't going to eat this whole belt. Thank you for the follow over there on the Twitch Fluffy. I appreciate the hell out of that. And you are amazing. And just in time for basically the end of the stream, because I'm going to end in about 5 minutes. I've been going for 7 hours. My knee is definitely telling me I need to get up and move. Like I said, there should only be 1174 on this belt. So we should notice at least a tiny, tiny pause. Like kitten paws.
Little bitty jelly beans.
All fear and hail the toe beans. Toe beans are God. Kind of curious why I'm not getting. This should be completely backfilled on reinforced iron plates. Because right now it looks like I'm bleeding them. I appreciate it. I'm trying. I'm still new to the whole streaming thing, and I'm learning it as I go. Figuring it out as I go. Okay. Last 2. 100% and it's full. 100% and it's full. Yay! We got all the quartz sequesters. Yeah, it's like I was asking over on YouTube. I try to do a poll at least every couple streams, and it was kind of if I should get a webcam or not. Yeah, definitely getting some this way, so that's good. And those are backfilling. So we're definitely running correctly. So yay, awesome. Crystal Oscillators, check. Okay, let me go check the reinforced iron plates. Because like I said, they should be backlogged. So that makes me kind of worry that maybe a machine's not running up to snuff. The drawback is with the number of machines I have, it's a little bit of a pain in the ass to find that out. If anyone's going to be a pain in the butt, it's going to be you. You don't seem to be wanting to be a pain in the butt, so that's positive. Why are we still sinking wire and plates? I think I have the right number of machines here. 28. Go back into nuclear. I needed 28 clocked at 243, 2381. 243, 2381. Oh, that's right. I shouldn't have extra. I mean, I should have extra iron plates, but I shouldn't be having extra wire. Oh, no? 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 That's not right. Yeah, I shouldn't be having any extra wire. I'm lost and confoozled. The iron plates make sense. I knew I was gonna be dumping plates. The drawback is the conveyor throughput monitor isn't all that accurate. Might have to look for a mod, see if there's a better version of it. Ow. It is 7 o'clock. I've been streaming for the last 7 hours. So unfortunately, sadly, depressingly, it is time for the end of the Idiot Show for the day. If you have not already, please remember to smack that like button like it owes you some money. If you're new here, lurking, or watching the Satisfactory, and you have not already, please remember to subscribe over there on the YouTubes and follow over on the Twitch, or be absolutely godlike and do them both. Dang it, I just got back. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like I said, I've been going for 7 hours. I need to get up and move around. I may be back tomorrow, but I will absolutely be back Tuesday at noon Eastern Standard Time. And I will stream till 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And on Wednesday, I will be back 1 p.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern. Thank you to YouTube subscriber number 465. I appreciate the hell out of that. And you are fucking awesome. I don't care what anybody says. I think you're amazing. But, like I said, I've been going 7 hours. I'm exhausted. My knee hurts. I need to get up and move around. So until next time, I've been an idiot. Obviously. Bye, everybody.